Unmute. Okay.
Does anybody know what happened to Teresa?
We don't. We're talking about that.
Want me to call her?
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to give her a call if you could. Okay, but we're gonna move on. In the interim, we're gonna move on.
Okay.
All right. So the next item.
So we have to seal the executives.
Exactly.
Okay. So motion to seal the executive session minutes.
Second,
A motion and second. We gotta.
Oh, I'm sorry, we had a motion.
We had a motion.
Yeah. We have to motion to go into open session.
Motion to move forward with the town administrator moving forward with the AT&T proposal.
second,
Okay, we have a motion. It's been seconded to move forward with the AT&T proposal. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion to seal the executive session minutes.
second,
We have a motion second to seal. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay. Item number 2, continued from February 1, 2021, regular meeting. We got to the rules of the council. We got to Councilor Flynn's rules of the council suggestions. Councilor Flynn?
Did Barbara already finish?
She did.
Okay.
That was the one that we had. We're going to add a question on at a later time to the board, the committees.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me just pull this up here. Okay. All right. So if you want to pull up, Madam Clerk, if you can pull up the working copy. So the rules of the council that are posted online in tonight's docket on clerk base didn't include the 3 memos from the counselor or the 2 remaining, but they are in the February 1st docket, if anybody needs those.
The deputy clerk is working on that right now.
Okay, and I would ask Madam Clerk if you make sure to make part of the public record the 2 counselor memos from this docket item so that they're included. So if we can get to the working copy, then we can work off of that and hopefully we can go through this pretty quickly. So I'll just start talking because the counselors have this. And so rule number 2, they're chronological in the working copy to get us moving. And these are just sort of conceptual. I'm going to ask after, the explanation, most of you have read through them all, if the council agrees or disagrees to forward the item to the solicitor, and then the solicitor can put it in the legalese that is required and get back to us with the final rules. Does that sound about right, Mr. President?
That was the game plan, Councilor Flynn. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Excuse
just
me.
one question on that. It was my understanding that the proposed rules would then be sent to me for review, not only for drafting, but also whether or not, for an opinion as to whether or not it should or
Yes.
shouldn't be changed.
Tonight
Yes.
is just, we're going to vote to forward them to you for review.
Thank you.
So Peter, we might think this is a good idea or a bad idea, and then you get to tell us what we can do for real.
That
legally.
sounds great.
Okay.
Not tonight, and I won't tell you tonight. Right.
No, okay, sounds good. So rule number 2, that's great. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for getting that up on the screen so people can follow along. Rule number 2 is a rule about quorum and compelling attendance of members who are absent. And I know, Mr. Brown, you had a comment on this, and I don't know if you wanted to have the opportunity to expound your comment.
I don't remember making any comment on this.
I think
So-
it's very simple. If there's
It's
not
on
4
the
people, if there's not
screen.
4 people, if not 4 councils, it's not a quorum.
So your comment that was, put on the docket was if there's no quorum, there's no meeting. So when the rule was being reviewed, should we even have this rule? Because it seems erroneous that we would be together and, leave to compel people to attend to reach quorum. If you don't have a quorum. Can you read the rule?
Who are you speaking with, to?
Well, whomever, so the rule reads, if there's no quorum, this is the current rule. If there is no quorum, the members of the council present may adjourn, which means they're meeting, from time to time and compel the attendance of absent members in such a manner and under such penalties as may be prescribed by rule of the council.
Mr. President?
Oh, sir.
This rule, and I don't know that it's ever been used, and I don't know that ever would be used, but essentially the purpose of that rule is to prevent members of the body from forcing a lack of quorum by purposely not attending in order to prevent a meeting from taking place. And if that happens, then the members of the council could take means, probably legal means, to try to compel the attendance of the non-attending members. But that's essentially what the purpose of the rule is.
So I guess the question that I would say ask the council is, do they think it's relevant for today in the way that we operate? And does it need to be there? And if we agree that it probably doesn't need to be there, we would send it to the solicitor and he might come back and say, you have to have it there.
Okay. Why don't we just put that in the form of
I think he-
Councilor Santos, do you want to talk?
Yes, please, and I'm not going to show my picture. I have a question. Why all these changes all of a sudden, Councilor Flynn? Why do you want to change all the council rules and regulations?
Well,
What's the purpose of all this?
well, the purpose, if you read the docket, is explained.
Yes, I did read the docket.
Okay.
Please don't insinuate that I did not read the docket.
So for rule number 2, it says, it seems an erroneous statement. That's why I'm bringing it up to the council. This is the time of year where we review the rules of the council.
I realize that.
There have been some that, they've been just carried over year after year after year. So this is the year that we get to bring them up to speed, make them more clear, make them more usable.
Did that answer your question, Councilor
No,
Santos?
it does not. All these years, these rules and regulations have been working fine. All of a sudden, you want them changed to fit your Bill of Rights?
No, I want them to be clear for the current counselors, for future counselors, and for the public, Counselor Santos.
Well,
And I would hope that all the counselors would aspire to that. Because this one doesn't even make sense to people that are reading it in 2021 English.
Well, in
We
other
shouldn't
words,
need an
you're
attorney to explain the rules of the council. They should be clear for everyone.
so you're telling me I don't know how to read English?
I don't believe that came out of my mouth.
Well, that's what you're saying.
Can we just, can we move and vote on this, please?
Yeah, Councilor Flynn,
So, does-
these are your changes. Do you want to vote
does
on them one at a time?
Well, I'll just ask the question. Does the council agree or disagree to forward this to the solicitor for review, given the points in this working copy, that it seems erroneous and that we would consider eliminating it?
Okay, so I would suggest you just do that in the form of a motion.
Okay,
Second it, we'll vote on it. We can move right along.
okay. I make a motion to forward Rule 2 to the solicitor to consider eliminating it and eliminate confusion because it appears erroneous.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, all in favor?
But wait a minute. I've been trying to speak.
I'm sorry,
Can't see it.
I can't see you, Council Von Vellis.
Okay.
I can see you and hear you now.
I can see you now.
whole time.
Not visually.
What I was going to say was, it sounds to me as though there was an issue about somebody.
You're muted.
Lost
I can't hear
audio.
you.
Oh,
There you
I'm
go.
not muted.
We lost you for a minute.
We lost you.
Well, I don't know why, because I wasn't, this is not working right tonight. It sounds to me as though there had been an issue of some kind. I mean, you just don't have a rule like this without some issue that made the people react to this. Do you know what I mean? So the question I would have is this a protective rule in terms of making sure people behave properly? I'm just asking that question. I don't have an opinion.
Councilor Von Villis, I don't think this is a behavioral rule. I think if I were to interpret this, and I'm not an attorney, this to me, probably years ago was implemented to protect people from getting off and walking off the dais. Because it says, if there is no quorum, members of the council present may adjourn. Okay, so I read into it that they had a quorum, they started the meeting, they got to an item, certain people didn't want to talk on it or didn't want to be engaged in it, and they got up and walked away.
I
It
agree.
was no longer a quorum. That's what I got out of it.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I might be wrong, but that's what I got out of this. And I think this is something, I've never seen an issue with this, but let's just put it to a vote, whether we want our solicitor to review it or not, and let's move forward.
Okay.
Does anybody have a hand? Councilor Toronto, do you want to say anything? I can't see you.
That's okay. I would say, if this is something that I'd like to hear the solicitor's opinion on it, if he says this is something that's just not useful in the rules, then let's remove it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilor Flynn, and it has been seconded. All those in favor of moving this along signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Two opposed, right?
we have 2 opposed, and we have Councilor Santos. How did you vote on that?
Opposed.
Okay, so we have Councilor Welch, Councilor Von Villis, Councilor Flynn, and Councilor Toronto in the affirmative, correct?
Correct.
Very difficult when you can't, when I can't see you. Okay, so it moves forward. Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Councilor Flynn. Rule
And
5.
the solicitor, nothing's a done deal here. For those who are opposed, the solicitor will let us know. Okay, so Rule 5 is about an ordinance that may not even exist, about publishing ordinances. And Mr. Brown wrote a comment to Rule 5, which is on the working copy. Oh, there's Teresa. And and he said, I'm not aware of and I don't know if Mr. Brown would like to expound on this or not.
Just, there is no ordinance on the books. I'm not aware of one ever being adopted by the town council.
So the thought was for clarity to eliminate the last line. And that's what we would, because it seems outdated, that's what we would forward it to the solicitor to review. We can not forward it to him and let it be confusing and leave it alone. Or we can forward it and have him take a look at it.
All right, let's
so-
make a motion.
That's the motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. All those in favor of moving Rule 5 along to be reviewed by solicitor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it.
All in favor?
Okay.
All in favor?
Oh, aye.
Rule 10.
Rule 10. So this is, links of discussion have been provided on the working copy for the public and who's ever got a computer, wants to click on some additional information. If we could put up the Rule 10 supplemental, Madam Clerk or clerks. the one dated February 1st. I think it's the third page, or maybe let's see, fifth page of the memo. Okay, so this rule was just amended on June 15th. I don't see it up yet. And the rule essentially states that every member must vote and a member may abstain provided the member states the reason they're abstaining, and that no member can vote if they have a conflict of interest. So the rule as of June 15th, 2020, and from I think 2002, it was first instituted, it allowed members to abstain, and the rule demanded that there be an explanation for the abstentions. On June 15th, 2020, a line in the middle was eliminated to remove the ability to abstain, and also to remove the reason for abstaining, which sounds logical, except in our council meetings of June 15th and 17th, it was June 15th and August 17th, it was determined that just like in the General Assembly, a council member could leave the room or leave Zoom, so to speak, and not vote, and essentially be abstaining from voting. So the rule still allows abstentions or a non-vote, but the rule eliminates the explanation of abstentions or the non-vote. So this is not an improvement. You can still not vote, but you don't have to explain why. So the question is, does the council agree that in retrospect, it's not an improvement and it should go back to the original rule, which did service the council for many years? That's the motion. Does the council agree that the rule has not improved?
Can somebody restate the rule the way it was, the original rule?
I have it here. I'm sorry that it didn't get up on the screen. It says every member of the council present must vote on any question coming before it. A member may abstain from voting, however, provided that said member publicly states the reason for so doing. No member may vote on any issue in which said member has a personal interest or conflict. Said member shall step down from the council dais until said item is finished.
Can I speak?
Go ahead, Councilor Von Bills.
In my opinion, counselors are appointed to take positions, not to decide not to. And if in fact a vote is going to be taken and they're not going to vote, they're going to abstain, it seems to me that they have a responsibility to state why they are going to abstain. That's my opinion.
I concur with that.
Otherwise, people would just say, oh, I don't feel like voting. I mean, nobody would do that, obviously, but I mean, that's what it would amount to.
I've seen it done here. In my years on the council, I've seen it done twice.
I think it's a reason should be required.
I do
I
too.
agree.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Flynn. Has it been seconded?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of forwarding it to the town solicitor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
I,
Okay. Opposed? Okay, it's forwarded.
Okay, next rule is Rule 12, and I see we finally have Rule 10. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not sure how that works in the background, so my apologies. So Rule 12 is simply a proposed change for current English and clarity. This is again so that it can be understood. The current rule, it's very simple. It's at the bottom of the current page there, using Old English. And it says the current shall propound all questions in the order in which they are moved. I think it's clearer to do a simple change and say the president shall put forward all motions in the order in which they are moved. So I guess the question or the motion is, does the council agree to forward this to the solicitor for the proposed changes that make it clearer? That's the motion.
Okay, I'll second that. That's the way we generally do it. And I think that's the way we should be doing it. So I'll second that. Any further conversation? Okay, we have a motion, it's been seconded. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay,
Okay, jumping to Rule 16. And this I didn't write out on my working copy, and if it's too difficult, Madam Clerk, don't go back and forth. It's really a title issue. And I know that in the rule, the title chairman or chairperson is used. I assumed it's a title because it is capitalized. In a February 9th memo, Mr. Brown noted that if it was reassigning duties, it could be an issue, and that might be something for the solicitor to assess if it goes forward to him. But since it's capitalized, and if it turns out that it is a title, it seems appropriate, since we don't really have a chairperson, that it should be president. So that's my motion, that if it's a
Second.
title, oops, I'm sorry.
seconded. Your
Second.
motion's been seconded. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Councilor Flynn.
Okay, Rule 18. This is to just simply to add motions. So, and that's on the screen. Essentially, it says, any resolution of more than one part or section may be passed upon section by section at the request of any member. And just to add or motion. So any resolution or motion, so that either one of those officially could be split and divided to be voted on separately. And
Okay,
that's the
good.
motion, to add or motion to the rule so that it encompasses both resolutions and motions.
Vice President.
I understand what you're saying, Terry, but isn't that why you can amend the motion? Can we just make a simple amendment?
No, this is actually asked for it to be passed piece by piece. So if there's many parts to it, sort of like that great big long senior housing motion that came up the other night, somebody could have asked, well, with the new rule, could we vote on each one of those pieces separately? So this is really a division of the vote, as I read it.
Councilor Von Velez.
I don't think I can support that. I'll tell you why. It seems to me, I mean, having recently proposed a motion, which was defeated, but that's irrelevant, proposed a motion in which the attached part of it was a required part of the motion itself. And to ask to pass the motion without attaching the piece that was intended to modify the motion, it seems to me that that's wrong. So if in fact things have to be divided, you're not able to have the whole picture with a motion. That's my feeling.
So,
Any further comments?
so with the
Councilor Toronto,
process, oh, I'm sorry.
Councilor Toronto, I can't see you, nor can I see Councilor Santos.
I'm on. You mean
No,
Welch?
any comments? If you wanted to make a comment, I can't see you. If you had your hand up, I can't see you. Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead.
So, Mrs. Von Villa, so would the procedure be if there was a multi-parted motion, you would either discuss to amend the motion or withdraw the motion? I'm just trying to put myself in the person not stating the motion of multi-parts. What would my action be if I was in favor of some but opposed to other parts of the motion? And, we ran into this, a couple times where I think Paul actually got caught and he wanted to divide it and he could, and it had already been voted on. So I'm just not sure what the procedure would be if we can't divide it up at the motion level.
I think you could amend it.
Okay, any further conversation?
So I think the,
Vice President,
I'm getting motion sickness right now.
Me too.
Let's move.
all right. So I think the motion to the solicitor would be, how do we accommodate, or the question to the solicitor, I make a motion to put a question to the solicitor that how do we vote on a motion that has multi-parts divided? Can we forward that question to the solicitor?
is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion that's been seconded. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Right.
Okay, opposed?
No,
Counselor, I heard you, Counselor Toronto. Counselor Santos, are you for it or against it?
Against,
Okay. Motion fails. Okay, Counselor Flynn.
Okay, Rule 19. Again, this is just to make it easier to understand. It's just that phrase under color of amendment. I don't think anybody today knows what that means. So I actually had to look it up to come up with a suggestion. And so it means by law. It's very simple. So it's, the motion is to forward this to the solicitor with clearer English to make it more understandable.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
aye,
Opposed? Okay,
Okay, Rule
22.
22, thank you. So this is a suggestion just to avoid ambiguity. Roll call is typically used today as a call for attendance. So I would propose the council consider just changing roll call to a call to vote. And that would be for the solicitor to review and see if it's appropriate.
Second.
We have a motion that's been seconded. Any further conversation? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 24. Rule
Did
20.
was that
It
did that go
passed.
through or
Yeah,
not?
it went through.
I can't see, so my apologies. All right, so the next set is similar to Rule 16, and I'm sorry that we're not going to bounce back and forth for the public to see the rules, but they are online, the rules of the council. 24, 25, and 30 are very similar to the president in lieu of chairperson. They are, it says council clerk, and it's capitalized. So I made the leap that it was a title. And I think that town clerk would be more appropriate. I actually went to our town website and I went into the search bar to search for the term council clerk. And I got that little message that said, there are no matches. So to avoid ambiguity and to make it clearer to the public who might be reading things with the term in it, I think it should be, or we should ask the solicitor if it could be town clerk.
I'll second that.
That's my motion.
I'll second that. Any conversation? Okay, hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Now that's
Aye.
for 24, 25, and
Five,
30, correct?
Yes, that
Okay.
is correct.
For all of them.
That's
Okay,
all 24.
Yep.
yep, and 30.
Okay, and the same, this is the similar situation, but we're doing it chronologically, so we're bouncing back for president replacing chairperson in Exhibit A in paragraph 4. Same thing, it's capitalized, it's probably a title, but I think I'd like to ask the solicitor to confirm that, and if we can substitute president since we don't have a chairperson, if it is indeed a title.
I'll second that. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Right.
Okay. Let's see, and then Exhibit C, I don't know if you can get this one up, Madam Clerk, but it's, and again, we have a comment from the town administrator, and this is on the consent calendar. So what the third resolve say, nope, where you were looking for rules of the council Exhibit C. Oh, It's on the rules of the council, not this document. So that may cause a problem. My apologies.
Mhm.
So what it states is, there shall be no debate or discussion by any member of the council regarding any item on the consent calendar beyond asking questions for simple clarification. And the administrator's input to this particular item was that you have to pull the consent calendar, the item off to discuss it. Like you couldn't even ask a simple question. But that's what the rule seems to imply. And if that is the case, it should be eliminated. So do you want to wait? I'm sorry, go ahead. I think the solicitor raised his hand, Mr. President.
So you can ask a simple question for clarification in order to make the decision whether you want to pull it off or not. You can't have a full discussion or debate on it. So that's what the rule currently says.
Okay. So if that's what it says and that's allowed, that's okay. I was under the impression it wasn't allowed. So
Yeah, it's not inconsistent. You have to read the two paragraphs together in a way that makes sense as opposed to reading them in a way that conflicts.
So you can, without pulling a consent calendar item off to discuss, you can ask a clarification question.
Yeah, and that does happen sometimes. Some will ask a clarification and then make a decision whether they want to pull it off or not, or leave it on the consent calendar. And I've seen
Okay.
that happen.
A clarification, like if we approve this, what exactly is the action?
Yeah, something along those lines.
Okay, very good. All right, so we can skip that one. Okay, and then we're going to, excuse me, propose new rules. And if you want to go to the, I think, 6th page of the memo. Now, these are proposed new rules, and I know that Counselor Welch had some issues with current rules. So, Mr. President, in the interest of time, would you have any interest in maybe tabling the proposed new rules and allow Counselor Welch to discuss his points of the current rules? I think I had 2 more or 3 more on my list of the current rules, number 14, and then 2 that were also on Counselor Welch's list. Do we want to stick to the current rules of the council? I think you're muted.
Muted, Bob.
Why don't we just continue and try to finish it tonight?
Okay. Okay, so proposed rules of the council. There's 4 new rules to consider. And yep, that's great. Thank you so much. Let's see. So the proposals are not in legal terminology. I'm not an attorney. So they're just conceptual at this point. If the council wants to forward the concept to the solicitor, the legalese is his job. And so, you know, we'll just, if it's the idea is, do you agree that this is a good idea for a rule or not? So the concept rule, I don't know if anybody did not understand what was submitted in the docket. Essentially, it just states that if you have a proposal, ideas, questions, to bring the concept to the whole council so that there's sort of a buy-in, a litmus test of interest before town resources are allocated in pursuing it. That's it in a nutshell.
Vice President?
Isn't that what we currently do?
Not always.
Wouldn't you
Well-
just make a motion?
Yeah, it doesn't always happen. I can give you examples. I'll bring up the homestead. So this was a full package, April of, it must have been 19, probably 3/4 of an inch thick, fully reviewed and vetted. It had been through the administrator, the tax assessor, the town solicitor. It was the ordinance and the resolution, full package. And the council had not heard a thing about it as a whole body.
Okay, not to interrupt you, Councilor Flynn. I'm going to second your motion if you put that in a motion. Let's let the solicitor review it. I think he should review it and
Okay,
just weigh in on it. Time it takes us to explain this, he could review it.
So, well, the whole idea was to have the council say, yes, it's a good idea. Let's spend the money on the solicitor's time.
Well,
to do it.
I think we've all read it. I certainly have. I don't
Okay.
think anybody else that, any counselor that hasn't read it. I don't think you need to explain it to us, but let's forward it to the, if that's your motion, let's get it to the solicitor. And I'll second it.
Okay, do
Any
we want
further
to?
conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I.
Okay.
Amen.
Okay, consensus rule. So, this is for the president to ask for discussion on each agenda at the appropriate time. And for decisions to be verified by the whole council. As you know, often I'm calling for discussion, not knowing if there's going to be a pause or an opportunity for discussion. It's very disruptive. And I feel bad doing it every single time. And, you know, sometimes it's not clear that we have an agreement amongst us. So it's just easier, like we've done tonight, to put it in a motion. And that way there's no surprises.
Okay, I'll second that. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Did that go?
Opposed? Yes, it went, Councilor Flynn. All right,
Okay, the notification proposal. So this is, so for things that if the town clerk is sending, you know, public hearing advertisements to the newspaper or volunteer advertisements, I think that it's appropriate for the council to be CC'd so that we also have that information and are aware of it. You know, it's a good thing for the council people to sort of know what's going on and when it's available to the public. I know that Mr. Brown had sent a memo February 9th that thought that these were duties of the staff and didn't apply to town council. But when we approve advertising monies for public hearing events, that's a town council activity. And I don't think it's that hard to put us in the CC or BCC line. And I think we should know. I think it's fair to the public for us to know first.
conversation?
Mr. President, it's Dennis.
Okay, Councilor Toronto.
Yeah, I will have to, you know, I agree with Terry on that because there are times we see things that actually people ask me about it. And did you see this over here and that? And I do say to myself, gosh, I wish I had gotten a quick email just to know it was going out. So if this would resolve that, that would be good.
Councilor Welch, do you want to comment? I can't see you, nor can I see Councilor Santos right now.
No, thank you.
Councilor Santos?
I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay,
Sean has his hand up, Bob.
okay. Town Administrator?
I just want to elaborate on the point that I made in my email correspondence to the council, and that's basically the rule isn't something that applies to the town council. It's a rule that applies to the administration. And that's why my point was it doesn't appear to be appropriate to put in the town council rules. It's really a requirement of the administration to provide notification to the town council. So I just, again, it just doesn't seem to be an appropriate rule to place into the document. But whatever the council wants to do, I'm certainly supportive of it.
Well, may I respond, Mr. President?
Uh-huh.
So I understand your perspective, Sean, but I went through the rules of the council, and there's 21 instances where the clerk is doing things either with ordinances or collecting speaking requests or recording roll calls, taking special meeting requests, docket requests, notifying volunteers of term expirations, advertising for volunteers. They're all in the rules of the council. And, I'm proposing that the council be up to date as soon as possible. And it's just a CC. I think it's appropriate with these, as we're voting for expenditures for these things. I think it's part of the town council, and I think it is appropriate to have in the rules.
Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded, correct?
Yes, Dennis seconded it.
Yes. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay,
Opposed?
okay, we have one in opposition.
Okay. Last proposed new rule is, would be the media rule concept. And this is, if counselors are writing into the paper or posts on social media individually, it should be signed by their name with town council member, or to show that it's just them writing that piece. It's very ambiguous when things go in the paper and it just says Middletown Town Council, or even especially, you know, recently, Middletown Town President. People really think that we've looked at it, we've signed off on it, and that's us speaking as well. And so I'd like to just clarify it so that we're not getting questions from other people's postings and writings.
Is your issue with our individual postings, or is it with the media, how they present the story?
No, it's with the signature. It's the tagline on the name. So if I'm writing something into the paper and I, you know, Terry Flynn, Middletown Town Council, it's
Mhm.
ambiguous sometimes to some
Mhm.
people, not so much for me, but if you hold a leadership position like president or vice president, that some people think you're talking and speaking for the entire council, for every person on the council. So I think that
I don't agree with that interpretation, your perception of that, but.
well,
But that's okay. We can bet odds.
well, you
Yeah.
know, like, and one of the examples I gave was last year with the, you know, the rhetoric over the firefighter arbitration. You know, there were
Okay.
pieces in the
Let's move
paper.
forward with your motion, Council.
Okay. I just don't want there to be confusion as to, you know,
Okay.
who's speaking, whose opinion it is.
Do we have a second? It has been seconded, correct?
I don't think so.
No.
Council Welch seconded?
Yep.
You, okay. All right. All those in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Can there be discussion?
No, oh, yes, yes, you can. Go ahead, Council.
Sorry. So, yeah, along those same lines, what an example I could use, Mr. President, is your letter to the editor on Saturday.
Mhm.
Nothing in there that you said was necessarily, you know, I was against. However, you said me and my colleagues and we this and we that. Well, I wasn't privy to any of that. So in order to, I think just I don't know, a way to make it easy on everybody, if you just said, hey, I want to put this in the paper, does anybody have a problem with it? Then we'd all know, and we could all, if we had one little issue with what you said, we could fix it, and then it would be fine.
Okay, let me just say this, and I know what you're referring to. When I put that in there, I said, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'm sure they will agree. Something to the lines, maybe not, I can't remember
No.
exactly what it was, but I never speak on behalf of people, or I try not to speak on behalf of people unless it's been voted on. All right, so if that's what you want to do, fine. Go ahead, Council Welch.
Just to be clear, in Saturday's paper, it says, I know that I speak for my fellow council colleagues when I say, there's no ambiguity there.
Finish the sentence then. What does the rest of
Okay.
it say?
Not a problem. When I say that we are committed to seeing that we maintain a high quality of life for all residents at an affordable tax rate.
Well, I hope I'm speaking for all of us with that statement, but if I'm not, if you're in opposition to that, Mr. Welch, then, all right, I apologize to you.
I'm not saying I'm in opposition to it. I'm saying that if you're going to say we, as a group, we should all sign off on it first. Very simple.
I'll take that into advisement going forward.
Thank you.
So
Okay.
the motion would be,
Let's wait a second and see if
Okay.
anybody else wants to comment.
okay,
Any other comments? Vice President?
Oh, I mean, I guess I can see both sides, but I'd want some clarification as far as First Amendment goes. Because I think this is larger than us as far as the law goes, so. I mean, sometimes things are said, but they're not said intentionally, or they're said and people and, interpret it differently. I get that part of it. But I'm not sure where the line is with the First Amendment. So I would like to see Peter clarify that just for that purpose.
Okay. Okay, any further conversation? Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded, correct? Council
Yes.
Welch seconded, correct, Council?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay, move forward.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have three, I'm actually going to just talk about Rule 14 very quickly, and then my last two are also on Counselor Welch's list, so I'll just
Okay.
jump in when he goes. So on Rule 14, and it just says, this is a secession question because we're in the land of COVID. It says the vice president shall preside over the sessions of the council during the absence of the president. So my question was, what's the next step if the vice president is not available?
The body elects a chair.
The body, it's not the town clerk, there's already something in
The
place.
body elects a chair. In fact, let me give you a little history.
Please, it'd be great.
My first year on the council, my third meeting, the president, who was vice president today, and the vice president at the time, Shirley Mello, weren't at the meeting. And I ended up, my third time chairing the council meeting. So, yeah, the body elects.
Okay. And is that a Robert's rule or something? So everyone should know that, because I had
Yes,
no
it
idea.
is.
It
Yes,
is?
it is.
Okay, so the solicitor would guide in that case. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Councilor Welch, we have yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Number 7, I don't want to change the passage. I want to add to it. So rule number 7 says, I'd like to see, what I want to add at the end is that all nominees for president and vice president respectively will be heard and listed. Ensuing discussion is open to all nominees and voting will be by written ballot. So what I'm trying to avoid here is the race to nominate, so that it appears to me the way that we did it was whoever gets nominated first gets voted on. And then if they get a majority, then it's over. You don't consider the rest of them. I want, if there are 3 names nominated, I want the 3 names. I don't know how we do it in Zoom, but I'm picturing a wipe-off board, then everybody writes down who they want, and that's who wins.
Okay, well, that's certainly isn't the way we just did the last election for president. Am I right?
Well, what happened, you did allow all the nominations, but
And there was discussion on everyone. Certainly I heard from you. and a few-
correct. But the problem is that the voting then goes by whoever was nominated first. And I want everyone to be considered at the same time.
So we take away transparency?
Take away transparency.
You want to vote by a ballot?
Yes, I want everyone to be able to be considered, because whoever gets nominated first, you get voted on. The rest of them, there's no vote on those people.
Well, if I recall, and I can recall a lot of them that I participated in, didn't we vote on the 2 nominees this past time?
Good.
We voted on both myself and Councilor Toronto for president. It was an open vote on Zoom.
But who was nominated first? If the first person that got nominated did not win, then you would move on to the second person. But
If
if
that was the case, we voted, I believe, on Councilor Toronto first.
okay, if that-
Well, recount.
I stand corrected.
Councilor Toronto?
That's just, no, it did work that way. this
Vote away.
There was, I just want to say, there is that rush, I think, in the procedure, the way it's written and how we go about it. If you were nominated first and someone else wanted another person to be considered, you would be the first one. But you're right, we did it in where everyone was heard. So there was time there. So, but I think what he's asking for is just make it easier where you don't have to rush a person's name in and say, oh,
I still don't get out of the ballot. I still don't understand that. I can see vetting it, but I can't see the ballot. I can't see the need to write something down and not hold your hand to it. I'll get with you, Counselor Flynn.
Okay, I just want
saw
to
it.
make sure you could see. me.
I saw it.
Thank you.
Good. Do you recall, is that how it went, Counselor Welch? That we voted for Counselor Toronto first? Because that is how it went.
Okay, well, that's why I say I stand corrected.
Okay.
And maybe the rest of the, maybe if there's any more discussion, it will help bring it to light better than I am able to articulate it. But yeah, I said what I said. We'll let it go.
Vice President, and then I got you, Counselor Flynn. He had his hand up first. He jumped. He was ahead of yours.
Quicker than you, Terry,
He was quicker.
tonight anyway. So Tom, I understand what you're saying. But you know, the way it happened this past time, I thought it was pretty transparent and fair. I could never support a ballot by paper, and I'll tell you why. When I was council president in 2004 to 2006, and I was a member of the Democratic Town Committee, and then, you know, they held a vote and they did it by paper ballot, and they didn't support the current president, who was myself at the time, and the current vice president, Shirley Mello, at the time. They all went, it's kind of like a backroom deal, the way the perception comes across. And that's kind of exactly how it happened. Oh, what a surprise we have here. Oh, really? Put your hand up and put your name to it. And that's the way it should be. And it obviously backfired on them, but it just, the transparency, Tom, I guess is my point. That's not, in one end, you want more transparency because of the race to a ballot, which I completely understand. On the other end, there's no transparency, what you're asking for, or little transparency at all, if it's done by ballot. And I just think that's certainly not the way to go. You know, why put it on camera if you're not putting your hand up?
Okay, how about this? Suppose we did the same thing, 3 people's names were put up there, and everyone votes by ballot and then turns their paper over.
I just don't see it. This worked well for a lot
What's
of
the purpose of that?
people.
Because then,
Counselor Flynn's been biting at the,
I am. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
chomping at the bit
go
because
ahead.
I think what I think the fear or the gap is that, so say you have 2 candidates and somebody makes that quick motion so that their candidate is
Mhm.
motioned first, and you have the discussion, and then you learn about, you know, the candidates, and the first one gets voted on, and say it's a 7-member committee, and they win the nomination 4-3 because that's the simple majority.
Mhm.
However, the second candidate, you know, if you wouldn't get to that person if maybe that they were going to get a vote of 5-2.
No different in boards and committees, right?
Exactly. So you worry that, you know, maybe the best person or the more preferred person, just because of the motion race, didn't actually come to the forefront.
Okay. But
So-
you're reflecting back to the last one, but obviously everything came to the forefront, correct?
Yeah. It's sort of a, you know, in my opinion, you know, it's just not, yeah, I'm not sure that it's, the raise to motion is just, it doesn't sit well, I think, for me, myself, because you always feel like
Well,
you'll see tonight.
somebody has to make the first motion. I mean, as Counselor Welch made the first motion for Counselor Toronto.
Which is fine, so long as you can, like, the ballot vote would take away the order of voting for that
I would never
person,
support
prematurely
ballot vote.
ending a
I would
potential.
never support a ballot vote. Full transparency. That should be the theme.
Well, you can still, you know, like was said, you know, expose your vote. So in any case, I don't know, I don't have a solution, but I can see where, as Counselor Welch was talking, where that could go awry.
Not that it did, but that's where it could, right? I just want to be perfectly clear on this.
Oh,
All right. Do we have a second on this?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor, unless
I get
there's any further conversation, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion fails. Okay. Do you have another one, Council Walsh, or was that it?
Oh, no, I do.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Number 25, the public forum. I would like to eliminate the 15-minute time limit. I believe if there is enough interest in a matter and the public is willing to address the council, that they have the right to be heard. As I brought to your attention previously, I reviewed all the minutes from every regular council meeting in 2018 and 19 and determined how many people spoke at the public forum. The average, as you will recall, was 1.2 people, and at 16 of the meetings, no one spoke. I think the taxpayers deserve to be heard. So my motion is to eliminate the 15-minute time limit from public forum.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Conversation. Council Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I support this. I've always been an advocate of being able to get up and speak to the council. You know, we do have some situations where there are certain issues where we'll get, you know, a lot of people to come in and speak to the public, but I think as the public, but I think that, you know, maybe then it will turn into a docket item. But I think we should encourage the people to come in. Like we were saying, the stats show you have too many people who speak at that, you know, at the public forum. But I would agree with that. I wouldn't want to limit that. I don't like limiting the number of people who can speak at that.
Okay. Any other councilors want to weigh in? Council Flynn.
Yeah, I also agree. I think it's not easy a lot of times for people to get up and speak. And if there's an issue going on and you have people there to speak and there's a lot of them, then it's an important issue. I think it's only respectful to the public that have come out to allow them to have the time. I think that's more important than, you know, some of the docket items that might be that night.
Okay. Any other council want to weigh in? Okay, my Vice President.
So, I mean, there has to be some kind of time. Because if there's a heavy topic, then there probably should be a special meeting.
Mhm.
Correct.
It just can't go on and on. It's like Sean, when Sean does the update, Dennis, that you had proposed and we put forth. I mean, it got out of control where, you know, it went on for a half hour, 45 minutes, and I agree the public should be heard. I'm not saying that, but there has to be a time frame on it. When you're trying to run a meeting and you're trying to be as productive and efficient as possible, I understand that the input's critical, but at that particular time, if there's a hot topic, then there should be a special meeting call. I mean, to be heard fully and vetted properly. That's the time for those. I get, Tom, that I agree that, you know, appreciate the research on 16 of those meetings, nobody spoke. But I just think we got to be careful. That's all.
I agree. I think if somebody has an issue, that they can certainly reach out to a counselor or certainly submit a request for a docket item to the town clerk. I have never, in my tenure as president, refused a docket item from any outsider within reason. I mean, think about this. You start a meeting, you try to lay the agenda out for a meeting, and you try to say to yourself, how much time is this going to take? How are we going to move through this meeting over the period of time that we have with this allocated for this meeting? Okay. And the next thing, you get a public forum that goes on for an hour and a half. Then what do you do? Council Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree that if there's a hot topic, that it should be a special meeting. However, how do you know it's a hot topic until people line up to talk about it? If we are doing our job and we realize that everybody's feeling the pressure, maybe we preemptively have a special meeting. The last few ones that I've seen is because and I get it. I know you have no idea how long it's going to take to get through the agenda. But if you hit those couple of times when everybody's fired up and they want to speak and it pushes the agenda over and we have to have a special meeting to finish, then we do.
Exactly. Vice President.
Now, then why can't the rule be amended, or why can't that be a council person say, like Dennis did last meeting or the meeting before? Hey, I'd like for this person to have some extra time and be heard.
To me,
At that discretion. Because I think if you open it up the way it's proposed, and I understand, Tom, why you want to do that, I get that. But I think those are exceptions. It's not really the rule based upon how many people come, and want to speak.
let me just say one thing. We've had budget times, pre-budget times, years back, where we certainly made sure there were docket items after that, where we had people come in droves that wanted to talk about the budget at the public forum. And if we had entertained the 60, 70 people that showed up at those meetings, that showed up, you'd have had that meeting and a special meeting. So yes, I agree. Special meeting allocated for something special like that. I think I saw Councilor Toronto. Did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to encourage people to come speak in front of the council. I mean, if you put a time frame on it, as it starts to get busy. I mean, they're supposed to be speaking on things that we're not speaking on that night. This is something you come in and you say, I want to talk about the beach, like when we don't have anything on the docket, they can't speak on something that's on the docket that night. They have to speak about something, and we're not responsible to respond to it. But I don't know why we would have a time limit. We don't even have that many people who come into that. And if they come in and start speaking about something we're going to talk about that night, we're going to say, hey, we're going to talk about that on the docket item. So you can't talk about that.
Understood. If they come in to talk
A lot
about.
of times we've got the paperwork submitted, which can be a real burr for someone to come in for a public meeting, but I know we're good about that. Someone can run in and hand it, but today on a Zoom, they might be out of luck if, trying to get a piece of paper in or an email, and try to get signed on to be able to speak. So, and I know you'd be lenient to people if they showed up and said, hey, I wasn't able to get that, but I'd like to speak, Bob. I know you'll let them do that. But I just would agree. I don't think we have to have a timeline. I think we should make it as easy as possible for people to speak to us.
Okay, Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Paul, your example from the other night was slightly different in that the council was allowing a resident a longer period, longer than the 5 minutes to speak, or the 3 minutes, whatever we were on public forum or public hearing. And I think that it is, that public forum not used more often than not. I think that to have a limit it just puts up a barrier. I agree with, I think it was Dennis that I think it says to people, oh, I might not get in. And, if they're number 4 or 5 and, it's an extra 6 minutes, 10 minutes, I think that there shouldn't be a limit. I just think that shouldn't be a part of the ambiance of public forum, knowing that everyone has a limit of 5 minutes and it's not often utilized. And there are, like you said, we can put certain topics in a special meeting and it's not something that's already on the docket.
Okay. We have a motion.
I think there should be limits on council people talking. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Shouldn't
It's
talk
just
about
a-
council
Listen,
president
that's
that
not
way.
on the docket. We can't talk about it. Bring it up during the public section.
All right, let's move on. Let's put it to a
Okay,
vote.
we have a motion. It was seconded, I take it, right?
Second,
There's been so much conversation, You're gonna second it, Councilor Flynn?
I shall.
Okay. We have a motion, it's been seconded. All in favor, signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we got, I got 4-3. Okay, motion failed. Okay. Councilor Welch?
Thank you. Number 29, special meetings. I would like to request input from all councilors regarding the date and time of special meetings in an effort to give everyone the opportunity to be present. So as a last sentence to that number 29, I would like to add, prior to the scheduling of a special meeting, all councilors will be polled to determine the date, time which allows for the highest attendance.
Okay, I think
Aren't you doing that now, Bob?
that's what I thought. But that's okay. If you want to put it in for Council Welch, your eyes opened up.
Yeah, because there was one time where
There was one meeting, yes.
when we were offered a
Sometimes
choice.
you have to consider everybody else that's involved in making a meeting happen. Right now, today, I mean, we have to talk about internal staff. We have to talk about our clerks. We
I
talk
understand
about a lot of people's availability. And sometimes it comes down to the next meeting that will come. I mean, it comes down to, I don't have options. There's not a lot of options to get it in. So the one that you're referring to, yes, I had no option except to ask the clerks to do it on a Friday night or a weekend, and I will not do that.
And nor do I. I absolutely don't want that. I'm not this. What I'm asking is that if it's available, if it's possible, that you poll everybody.
Absolutely. And I agree with you.
That's all.
And I think over the years, that has been the case. Council Von Villas, you want to say something?
No, I did.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Councilor Flynn, are you going to second that?
I'll
Sure.
second it.
Okay,
Paul's got it.
okay. All right. Any further conversation? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
All right.
Okay. Opposed? All right, ayes have it. Council Welch.
Number 30, council docket. I would like more information to be required in the docket, request through to the agenda. Specifically, I mean, a short list of pertinent facts, dates, or expenditures so that everyone can be better informed, councilors as well as the public, as to the history surrounding the subject. I'm not asking for a book report here. Maybe an additional paragraph beyond spelling out the nature of the topic. So after the second sentence, I just want to add, request should also provide a brief history, if applicable, including facts, dates, expenditures, etc., of the item to be carried forward and included in the agenda description. The reason that I'm asking that is I'm not asking for much more than shows there. All I want is if the public reads an agenda item, that just in reading the description, they can get half an idea what's going on and not be completely, and me, it happens to me too. I mean, I try to go back and figure out what is being said. I just want a little bit more information. I know that Mr. Brown weighed in and said that there's, resources that are put forward by the administration, and I'm not asking for his more work to be put onto them. It was suggested that maybe something that could be, cut and pasted so that it's easier for the clerk, and I agree. And so maybe to that end, maybe if Wendy could come up with a form that, and maybe everybody else already knows this, but a form that has required information for a docket item request and, just a little spot for history. And that way, when she gets it, all she has to do is cut and paste, and everybody does it the same way.
Okay. Mr. Brown, you want to weigh in on this briefly?
Just the points I made in my memo. It does involve additional work for the clerks. We are already pushed to get the docket out the door. So this will delay or, has a potential to delay it further. But as Mr. Welch suggested, and was my suggestion, if there is a format, something that Wendy can simply copy and paste into the document, that doesn't require further editing, that would be the most efficient process if the council wants this additional information included on the agenda.
Yeah, I agree. I think additional information, when applicable, it's a good thing to have, especially out there for the people at the last minute. Councilor Toronto.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. definitely for the public, have a better understanding what's in there. Some of them are new, won't have the information, but there are a lot of things we hear 2, 3, 4 times, especially as a new counselor. It's not going to be privy to all those conversations we've had over the years.
Mhm.
And that, we should know that, hey, when this topic's coming up again, I don't want to have to go dig through all those minutes. I would hope that maybe we could come up with a way to start including all the conversations that's happened in the past 3 or 4 meetings. So we have the data to help see what questions we might want to ask before we get there, or something we can review. I can go back through my old dockets and things and go do the minutes myself, but it's a lot of work, and I'm not afraid of work, but you run out of time as well. And I guess the question I had was, are there things that we already know are going to be on the docket for our next meeting that we know? Right now, we've got 80% of the docket full for the next meeting. And is that something we can get access to beforehand? So we're reading it weeks in advance to get questions answered. And then, maybe there's another revision and then you have your final copy. Is that something we can do? It's just a question.
That's a possibility. But just remember that the docket evolves over a period of time. It's like, we're having our meeting tonight. We're not going to finish this meeting tonight. We all know that. That's why I came out with a special meeting for the 25th. Now, perhaps you'll make a liar out of me and we'll finish this meeting tonight. Okay? But we're back to 25th. However, it's very difficult, especially if things fall in. For an example, and I put it in a memo, March 1, we have to have that short meeting. Our clerks have to be back in here 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay, and it's not fair to them. So I'm going to get them out the door by 8 o'clock that night. So there are extenuating circumstances periodically, but I think any extra information they could give would be pertinent and certainly would help the public.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Okay, so Councilor Santos.
With all the suggestions, please bear with me, with all the suggestions that have been made tonight to burden the town clerk, town administrator, I hope that the counselors who are suggesting all the different proposals, they are going to be prepared that if I put money into the clerk's office, the town administrator's office, or additional clerks for all the work that you're putting on them, for them to satisfy your questions that you can look online, I hope you do not oppose it, because I'm going to ask for extra money for the clerk's office and for the town administrator's office because of all the workload, the emails that they are being burdened with.
Okay. Vice President.
So I think we need to be careful here because to Mrs. Santos's point, that's where I get the information from. I start calling up and go, hey, listen, this is what I'd like to do, potentially propose. We have to extract that information from our resources, right? So, and secondly, I would hope that if, you might pick up the phone and go, 2 things might happen. You might develop a relationship with another council person that you might not have had. And 2, you might learn some information from history instead of trying to put it, all in a memo. And I know that's not what you're completely suggesting, Tom, but there's a lot of unintended consequences that go along with this suggestion. Behind the scenes, I get why you want to do it. But I think we're going to be careful here because, we're putting more and more and more on the resources, and that's why we're not getting a lot done. When I look at the amount of emails that go back and forth every day, it's insane. I've never seen that amount of information requested when some of it could be, probably extracted yourself. So all you're doing is passing that along to the town, which I understand why. I get it. We're all busy. We're trying to do the best we can and manage our times. But I'm just telling you, be careful because there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences with this request.
Councilor Welch.
And that's history.
To your point, thank you, Mr. President. To your point, Paul and Mr. Santos, what I'm asking for here is burdening the person that is putting in the docket request, not the staff. And if there is a format to follow that is consistent for every docket request, it will actually make it easier for Wendy to put it in if it's cut and paste. And then everybody follows, puts in the same information. I'm just asking for a little more, not from Wendy, not from Sean, from us, from whoever puts in the docket request.
Counselor Toronto.
I know when I send my docket request in, I just send it in to you, Bob, and Wendy. I'm hesitant to it's Paul said, a lot of emails going to copy everyone. And I don't get copies when other people submit docket items. So should we all be copying each other on our submissions of document items so that at that point I can look at it and say, oh, Tom's putting something on here. Here's his information. If I want more information, as Paul said, maybe reach out to Tom at that point. Should we be sharing the docket items that we're putting through, or as you approve them, should you say, hey, I approve these? Just so you get a heads up that that's going to be on the docket, because now we get it on the docket on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and we're in crunch time at that point. We're looking for the info. So is that something, again, getting a sneak peek at the docket more in advance may help us get our questions answered?
I mean, it's very difficult. We try to get the docket done early. We really do. But it's not as easy as people think it is, believe me.
But I would support Tom in regards to if you wanted to have a standard format. I think it'd
Okay, Councilor Flynn.
Yes, I thought that I also have something under Rule 30. I just wanted to put that out once we're done with the conversation for Councilor Welch. But I think that we had agreed that once the council president approved a docket item, that we could send it forward to the councilors and Sean, so everybody knew. I thought that was something we had talked about, because Sean had asked, I think, at one point in time.
That's up to the councils. Some councils do.
Okay.
Some councils share it, some councils don't share it.
And I see this as a transparency point also of conversation, so that if it's in the docket and it has like maybe this check mark of information on the topic that who's ever putting the docket request in, then the public sees sort of the major points and background and what would lead to a decision one way or another by a counselor. So that's how I am hearing it.
Okay. Vice President.
All the major points, the idea of putting a docket item on, I think it should be simple. I think it should be transparent, and it should be, that's why you discuss it. That's why you talk about it. That's why you ask for more information. That's the whole purpose of putting it on there. And by doing this, I just think, Tom, you say, well, put the onus on the council person. I understand that. But what do you think they're going to do? They don't have that information. They're going to go get it from the town, they're going to call the administrator, and he's going to get it from whoever he has to extract it, whoever he has to get it from. That's how it works.
And just to, I just want to emphasize one point. It's not just councilors that reach out to the clerk's office. We have residents, and I can name about 10 or 12 of them, that reach out on a consistent basis to our clerk's office and request information that is time consuming. And a lot of it is repetition. And I'll tell you, my personal feeling down the road, and this is maybe something we want to take a look at, and when people make these requests, maybe we're going to be charging for some of these requests. Because when you take a clerk and you tie her up for an hour or two, putting data together and running down sources and formulating, basically doing the work for the person, then we should be compensated somehow, because they can't get their work done. So that maybe it's something to think about down the road. I mean, it's not just the councils that reach out to our clerks. There's a lot of residents that routinely, daily reach out to them. Councilor Welch, you want to say something?
It's Mr. Santos. No, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Santos?
Yes. Very good. Thank you, Mr. President. Very good suggestion. And I'll tell you why. Many people contact through the website, the Middletown Historical Society, looking for research. And if it's just a simple question that we can answer without researching, we do so. But if we have to dig and dig and dig for information on background of people, we charge them. And this is the way the town should run its business. We are a business. And if people are looking for research, if people are looking for information that the clerk has to research and it takes a while, then we should be charging them.
Okay. Let's try to move forward. Counselor Flynn.
Just a last point about having the background on the docket item itself with attachments. You know, this will also help to shorten the actual meeting time. I know, Paul, you want to, talk about it all in the
I don't
meeting
think
and
that'd be
whatnot.
possible.
But I always hear Councillor Von Villis in my ear, we talk. And so if we can eliminate some of that and have a lot of this information ahead of time, we can start at a whole different level.
Okay.
Just a thought.
All right. All right. We have a motion by Councilor Welch to insert additional data, information, if applicable, and it has been seconded. All those in favor signify by raising your, Councilor Von Villis, you want to say something?
Well, my only question is this a rule of the council? I mean, are we talking about adding it to the rules of the council?
It's Rule 30. It's about the
there.
docket.
It's in there now.
So you're talking about requiring additional information and making it a rule of the council. God.
I just want to add a sentence.
Go ahead. Why don't you repeat it, Councilor Welch?
Okay.
So everybody's clear.
After the second sentence, I want to add, request should also provide a brief history, if applicable, including facts, dates, and expenditures of the item to be carried forward and included in the agenda description.
Okay, that a minimal amount of additional information.
3 sentences, just a little bit of background.
I can vote for that.
Okay. We have a motion that's been seconded. All in favor signify by raising your hand. Say an aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes.
Mr. President, I was going to speak on 30 now.
Go right ahead, Councilor Flynn.
So this is about the docket. This is the rule about the docket, have your stuff in Tuesday by noon, that kind of thing. And I was wondering if this is where the verbiage might be considered to prioritize items for the docket coming from the planning board. Our council priorities are including affordable housing, ordinances, water quality runoff, and the west side, and all of that comes out of the planning board. So if we, as a council said it would be a good idea to put the planning board items on the docket as they come in as soon as possible, I think more can get done. We can address it and it can get done and give it a priority. And is this the place to put it?
Okay, any conversation? Mr. Solicitor, you want to comment on that since you spend a little time with them?
I guess the question would be, because to a certain extent, the council sets the agenda for the planning board. I know in the past, particularly when there's a new council, sometimes there's a meeting to discuss what items the council would like to see the planning board work on. My concern is a rule that doesn't allow the council the flexibility to prioritize other items in the event, for example, we have a pandemic or something else that would then take priority, and you really are the gatekeepers of what it is you're working on. And so I think it's important for the council to be, in sync with the planning board, because they're doing a lot of the legwork of the things that you're looking to get accomplished. But having a rule that requires that and takes away the flexibility of the council to be able to look at other priorities when the time dictates, that would be a concern of mine.
So could the rule say prioritize planning board items as available, as much as possible?
Councilor Flynn, why don't you make that motion and we'll get to it. Make the motion.
Okay, I make a motion to forward to the solicitor additional verbiage for Rule 30 that would prioritize items coming from the planning board as as it's possible, as often as possible, or the verbiage, I think that the solicitor would come up with would allow us the flexibility.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Vice President,
Comment on this.
Does that contradict one of the other rules that says they come as, they're placed on the docket in the order that as they come in?
Is that a rule?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at your rules.
I have been looking at these rules for quite some time.
Overruled. Maybe you're
I am
overruled.
overruled.
all right. Okay, let's move forward with this. Town Administrator.
Just my one observation is, having done this for 21 years now, the goal has been for people that are waiting for the agenda items where they participate, the hearings, the ordinances and things like that. We've always tried to move this to the front of the meeting. So understanding the importance of the planning board, I think we've tried to move along items that require, or, that people are present at the meeting for, trying to address those as early as possible. That's been a priority. So I just add that to your consideration.
I guess
Councilor Flynn, please
part
don't repeat this. I want to get to your motion, to
Yeah,
the motion here. Let's vote on it.
I wanted to respond to Mr. Brown's. Part of my concern that had brought this even up is I think the traffic water study was first presented to the planning board in March of 2020. And the council didn't actually get it on the docket until December 14th of 2020. So I'm not sure where the dynamics fell, but I think that the things coming out of the planning board are a lot more important, and either if we need to catch up, maybe special meetings, but that's the board that protects this town.
We have a motion that's been seconded, correct? We've had so much conversation, I forget if we had a second in this, really.
Let me see. Yes, Dennis seconded it.
Okay, I'm glad you're keeping notes. Uh,
Are you?
We have a motion. I am. We have a motion and it's been seconded. All in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion fails. Okay, where are we now? We have anything else, Council Welch?
Yes, number 33, zoning planning interviews, and this is in line with what Mrs. Santos had brought up before. As a last sentence, I think it should say that candidates may not have any real estate or construction business affiliation.
We have a second.
Second.
Conversation.
All right.
Council Santos.
Reason I brought that up, as many of you know, we had many open fields in this town. We don't anymore. And I feel that anyone who is associated with a real estate or a construction company that is on the planning board, and a individual, a company or lawyer comes up representing a company or real estate company, that the person on the planning board should excuse himself, or maybe not even be on the board. But I'll take the exception that they could excuse himself and not vote with any, if he's affiliated with any construction company that's before the board or real estate, he or she should excuse himself. That's how I feel, for the betterment of this town, because we're seeing everything of open space going down the tubes.
Okay. Council Welch.
I would just, I understand what Mrs. Santos is saying, and I would just ask the question, the mere fact of being on the planning or zoning board as a real estate developer or a construction person, I think is a problem in and of itself. I mean, what could you vote on that wouldn't have, it couldn't be construed as a conflict of interest?
Let me just say this. I think this is a good one, and I'm going to support it, to send it to our solicitor for him to review it. and see
Thank
if
you.
there's a constitutionality conflict here too. I'm not really sure how I feel about segregating a class of people. But that's for the PhD to tell me.
Thank you.
Councilor Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure Peter also knows there's a lot of careers in construction, a lot of different careers in real estate as well. You know, you'd have someone who's in the banking industry, or you have, so you're encompassing a lot of people. So I just take that into consideration.
Councilor Von Villis.
Yeah, I'm also thinking that lots of times those people have more knowledge about planning and zoning than a lot of other people. I can understand requiring them to recuse if it's something that directly affects them, but that's to keep them off the boards on the assumption that they can't separate their professional careers from their responsibility to the town. I think that's a stretch.
Okay. Vice President, then I get you, Councilor Watts.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why, I can understand the logic. But I got to agree with Mrs. Von Villis. I think these people are probably more knowledgeable than most. And I think that that's why they have, the option to recuse. I think that's why there's an ethics commission. I think that we struggle to get volunteers as it is. These people are volunteers. So I understand, Tom and Mrs. Santos, your rationale, but, I think there's processes and there's things in place to prevent that. And I trust in these people that they're making the right decisions. Otherwise, why would we appoint them from the get-go?
Councilor Watts.
And then if you don't like decisions they're making, when their term comes up, if you're on the council, then you don't support them.
All good. And can I erase that one?
Surely.
I would like to.
Get the eraser out, Welch.
You can just make a motion to withdraw. That's all, Councilor Welch. Motion to withdraw.
Mrs. Santos, I don't know.
All right, I'd like to possibly send this to, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to possibly send this to the solicitor so that, as Mrs. Von Villis said, that anybody who is connected with either real estate or a construction company and a project comes before them, they can recuse themselves.
Of the project that is specifically related to them.
Correct.
Not just any.
Thank you.
project.
Thank you.
My quick reply on that is we do have a state
Yeah.
code of ethics
Right.
that would require a recusal in any situation where there may be a direct financial impact on whether it's council member, zoning board member, planning board member, one of the matters that are being voted. And I am concerned, I think I echo Councilor Toronto's concerns about the vagueness and how broad this could be. We do have one of the stronger code of ethics on a statewide basis. And so I would leave it at that if unless the council.
Councilor Welch.
Whatever I can do to stop this, in favor of.
All right, let me just say this. You can make a motion to withdraw.
I would like to make a motion to withdraw.
I'll second that. Conversation, Councilor Santos.
I'd like to withdraw this whole thing.
All right. We have a motion to withdraw.
It's simple.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next item.
Last one for me, number 34 is the executive session pat down. I'm in favor of eliminating this entire passage. If for no other reason, Zoom meetings make it irrelevant. So unless we propose to put a detail officer at each counselor's computer to ensure that no one takes notes, there's really no point. We understand the responsibilities of the job, so I don't think it's necessary.
I
Councilor Von Villis.
I would just like to bring up the reason why this particular item happens to be there. It didn't have to do with Zoom meetings. It had to do with actual meetings
Mhm.
where people were taking notes and then taking them supposedly out of the meeting. So I'm not sure that I could support just eliminating it.
I understand, Mr. Von Villis. I was only putting Zoom meeting as an extra layer to it, but I mean, executive session meetings have been going on forever and everybody understands the code of ethics and what we're supposed to do and not supposed to do. So I just thought that passage was incredibly wordy and unnecessary. So I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay. Then we have Council Flynn.
So I'm going to weigh in on this one because this was a quite conversation heavy back in the summer of this last year. There's a YouTube link on my docket request to the council conversation about the rule, so people can go to that. I'm just going to simply summarize the conversations and say that this rule is onerous and unnecessary, and it's ineffective, which is the bottom line here. The link goes to the August 17th meeting. We talked about it in June as well. Having executive session notes available for review Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, it's not conducive to many schedules. It just doesn't work. If you work, you're not allowed to prepare for the meetings, essentially, and so you can't be prepared to serve the public. The council is, as alluded to, council members' oaths of office already protects the sanctity of executive session. Any concerns, as we've alluded to here, are handled by the Attorney General and the Ethics Commission. There's no concerns in Middletown. There's no comparable rules anywhere. And even more egregious is that the rule doesn't prevent the sharing of executive session information. Anyone in attendance can verbally share or write or email or text executive session information. This rule does nothing to further safeguard information or prevent oath violation. It does interfere with counselor and clerk duties. So I would agree that this should be eliminated, this whole rule.
Okay. Any further conversation? Okay, hearing none. We have a motion that's been seconded. All in favor, signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion fails. All right. Council Welch?
So lastly, this isn't pertinent to a rule, but to the rules as a whole. I would like to suggest.
No,
That's your rule.
no. You're not
Wait a
going to
minute.
read that next section.
I didn't even say it.
I know.
I would like to suggest that someone with professional English language skills review the entire council rules document and fix the grammatical errors. Even I, who routinely had my writing assignments marked up in red pen with AWK for awkward and SP for misspelling, can see many errors. As a former, though non-exemplary student of hers, I would like to nominate Mrs. Villis.
Second.
Council Santos. Council Santos.
Is this a paying job? Then she should have it.
Okay, we have a motion and it's been seconded. I don't want to put the burden on you, Council Von Villis, unless I hear a volunteer that you're willing to comply to this. I don't want to put this on you.
I'm flattered, but thank you very much. I have too much to do.
Okay. So let's go with the motion and perhaps we can find somebody to take a look at it. Maybe our solicitor can take a look at it.
Oh, yeah, well, I was going to say, that's what.
Figured you get around to that soon enough.
Plus he gets paid. Okay. Do we have any further conversation?
No.
Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Council Welch, that's it?
Yeah.
You got one more? No, Council Flynn, you're all done, right?
I am. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Let's go to public forum. Okay, pursuant to Rule 25 of the rules of the council, citizens may address the town on one subject only. Said subject is substantive town business, neither discussed during the regular meeting nor related to personnel or job performance. Citizens may speak for no longer than 5 minutes and must either drop off a public participation request at Town Hall or email to both Wendy Marshall and Karen Clancy at least 30 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. All items discussed during this session will not be voted upon. The total length of the public forum as of now is 15 minutes. Okay, and we do have one person that wants to speak this evening that signed up. Lawrence Frank. Lawrence?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Name and address.
Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell Road, Middletown. During the pandemic, we see how low wages, losses in jobs, and inadequate government assistance has exacerbated the need for affordable housing in communities across the country. Affordable housing and workforce housing has been a crisis for Middletown for many years, and yet when the council finally began to address this, rather than try to address the issue in a comprehensive way, it formed a committee that was only allowed to address elderly over 55 housing. Dennis Toronto, who has done a remarkable job with this, was specifically limited by the council. He was not permitted to explore the full scope of Middletown's housing crisis. I have read the Keystone Consulting Group report regarding the affordable housing proposal at the site of the Peckham School. I listened to the presentation of Francis Spinella, as well as his answers to questions from the council. Mr. Spinella talked about a point system that Rhode Island uses to determine whether there will be an award of funds for such a project, as well as the number of applicants in Rhode Island competing for limited amounts of money. In his experience, under the best of circumstances, Middletown would not be awarded any funds this year. Funds are rarely awarded to first-time applicants. There are many applicants, and it can take 2 or 3 years for a successful result. Even if Middletown were successful on the second try, and with construction taking about a year, it would be 3 or 4 years from now when the building could first be occupied. Members of the Middletown Council have talked often about the quality of life in Middletown and their dedication to preserving it. According to Housing Works Rhode Island, 37% of households in Middletown are cost burdened. In order to meet basic needs, 2 family earners have to work multiple jobs just to afford a place to live. The town has ignored the quality of life of these households. If the council is serious about this, it has to find a different way, not relying on Rhode Island's system that is more like a lottery in which the odds are really never very good. As things stand now, it will be decades before Middletown even reaches the 10% requirement for affordable housing mandated by the state, much less the pressing needs above that low number. The December 18th, 2020 edition of the Providence Journal published a story titled "Providence Coaxing Affordable Housing." The Providence City Council has established a new financing tool based on a $20 million bond for the specific purpose of stimulating the construction of affordable housing. According to Providence, more than 24% of the households in Providence are cost burdened, meaning those households are paying so much in rent, they are not able to afford adequate nutrition and health care. This council promoted a $5 million open space bond, which the voters approved in November. The town's financial situation is secure, interest rates are near zero, and will remain there for some time. Is it too much to ask for the council members to stop avoiding the needs of those who deserve a place in this community that is safe, secure, and affordable? The town should establish a facility for the creation of affordable housing. To begin with, the town should emulate Providence and enact a bond for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no one else that wants to talk. Okay, consent calendar. Any members want any items off? Councilor Flynn? You're muted.
Number 11, please.
Okay. Any other councilor want anything off? Councilor Santos?
Number 11, please.
It's 2 11s. Any other councilor want anything off? Councilor Toronto?
I know we're not supposed to comment, but I did want to thank Lawrence Frank for taking the time to come in and speak tonight. And also, I think I think you'll see that we have prioritized that as a council. And I'm looking forward to talking more about not just senior affordable housing, but affordable housing across Middletown. And as you know, I've got some good ideas.
Okay, we're on the consent calendar right now, Councilor Toronto. Do you want to take anything off?
Not at this time.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance. Sorry.
Okay, motion to adopt the consent calendar minus item number 11.
Second,
Okay, we have motion second to adopt, minus item number 11. Any conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
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 Item number 11, petition of National Grid, Purgatory Road. National Grid needs to install a new sub-pole number 27S, Purgatory Road, and a new location to support existing pole number 27. Pole 7 requires additional support due to upgrade of existing utility on Kane Avenue. Council to forward to Roads and Utilities for review and recommendation.
Okay, motion to receive said petition and refer to Roads and Utilities Advisory Committee for review and recommendation.
Second,
Okay. Councilor Flynn.
Two quick questions. This is dated July 29th, 2017. So is it still relevant? You're muted.
They just resubmitted it.
Okay, so that is correct.
It is correct. They just
Okay.
resubmitted it.
I didn't know.
All right,
Just had-
question number 2.
Yeah, question number 2. On the second page, it didn't say what the SO or JO acronyms meant. Does anyone know what that means? And it's not on the paper.
I don't.
Okay, well, maybe the
Madam
Roads and
Administrator,
Utilities
you-
Commission can tell us.
Town Administrator, do you?
I don't. I'll get those for you tomorrow.
Okay,
Okay. All right,
that's it. I'm done.
all right, Council Santos.
just a quick comment. I hope that when this pole is installed, that it does not block the view or the traffic from flowing in that road so that the driver still has to look around the pole to see if there are any cars coming, because in some situations, some places in town, that is the problem. You have to look around the pole to see if there are any oncoming cars.
Okay. Council Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Santos, I will ensure that that question gets asked.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Council Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also had reached out to Sean. I've got several inquiries, probably because some of them are in my neighborhood and happening in this area and across town, where they are replacing poles kind of on a regular basis right now. And when they do that, they then tie it to the existing pole, because all they're doing is changing the power. And then you got the other utility companies that have to come back and move their line. And when I inquired with Sean on this, I was told they don't have a schedule of when they're going to do that, when they're going to come back. And I get questions all the time. Well, when are they going to come back and get rid of the pole? Now we got 2 poles. And it's been months and months. So I'd like to make a motion that the roads, I guess it would be the Roads and Utilities Committee, get with National Grid and get a schedule, or get a schedule from Cox or Verizon or whoever's lines they're going to be moved, and let our citizens know when are they going to come out and do the work and get rid of that extra pole. So I'd like to make a motion that we ask the town administrator maybe to go to the roads, I'm not sure, and utilities, and ask them to look into that.
Town administrator.
Councilor Welch, I believe you're on that, correct, Councilor?
Yes, and that's why I say I will, one of the things I can say, and this has nothing to do with any roads and utilities knowledge, because I have none yet. But when they do that, typically the problem is you have different crews that do different things. So the crews that put in the pole, not the same crew to take the pole out. So they're all on different schedules. But what I will do is I will ask Roads and Utilities, and the guys that are on it, the names that I see have been there for a long time. I'm sure they understand how it goes. And I will try to get a better answer for you and maybe find out where we can put a little pressure on them.
Yeah, that'd be great. I just think the other utilities have to come. Sean did give me some feedback on that. They just don't know. I mean, it's off National Grid's plate, and now it's in the other utilities, and there's no schedule.
All right, so we don't need a motion then, right? We don't need a motion then, right? Your Councilor Welch is on it, the town administrator's on it. They're both working on it.
Okay, yes, and if we can get some feedback, that'd be great. We can
Good.
let the people know.
Absolutely. Okay,
Can we finish the first one?
Thank you.
Okay.
See them then.
okay, we have, a motion, to receive said petition and refer to the Roads and Utilities Advisory Committee for review and recommendation, which was seconded. Any further conversation? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 13, memorandum of myself and the vice president in regards to short-term rentals.
Mr.
Motion to
President, I will
motion
be
to
recusing from this.
Okay, thank you, Council Flynn. Thank you, Council Toronto.
Agree. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have your papers.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion, a second to receive. Okay. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, we have a number of people that want to speak tonight. Council Welch.
I wanted to speak.
Okay, we have a number of people that do want to speak tonight. So we're gonna, the residents, we're gonna hold them to 5 minutes. We have a number of people. Okay, we have Marissa, who's here because our solicitor recused himself, so she'll be representing the town, any legal issues on the town's behalf. Okay, Council Welch, you want to speak now, or do you want to listen to the residents?
I would like to speak first, if I may.
Okay,
So the town survey that was done identified 4 major complaints regarding short-term rentals, basically noise, parking, disrespectful behavior, and trash. The council recognized these problems and vowed to make changes to address the issues raised in time for the upcoming beach season. Ideas floated around to deal with the problems included looking at changes to the short-term rental ordinance, investigating alterations to property tax structures, and taking a look at how well we're enforcing the current regulations. This agenda item references, quote, the historic issues with short-term rentals has clearly demonstrated costly overtime demands on our public services, and they create havoc in our neighborhoods, end quote. I tried to find basis for these statements, but found it impossible given the records that we keep. I went through the last 3 years of parking and noise complaint police logs, along with the current list of short-term rental registers, people that are registered as short-term rentals. And some of the things I found were that the complaint logs don't have any indication of whether or not the address in question is a short-term rental. And therefore, there's no way of knowing if the owner lives on the premises or they don't. Nor do they indicate whether a citation was issued. So that means no information on the amount of the fine or if this was a case of multiple offenses. I cross-referenced the 2019 noise complaint log, as it was the last summer that was unaffected by COVID, against the short-term rental log, and found that there were 83 complaints logged from May to September. 22 were to short-term rental properties, and of those 22, it was split almost in half. Some of them half owner occupied, half the owner didn't live on the premises. But 74% of the complaints came from properties that were not short-term rentals. It would have taken me hours to attempt to cross-reference the noise and parking logs against the short-term rental list, so I didn't. But as a point of information, the logs were from 2018, 19, and 20, and the number of noise complaints were 82, 84, and 124, respectively. Whereas the parking complaint numbers for the same summer period were 170 in 2018, 204 in 19, and 344 in 2020. That's just the summer season. Nowhere could I find overtime costs directly associated to short-term rentals. The takeaway for me here was that we need to compile some good data to accurately target the problem areas. This means deciding on the necessary data points and coordinating the police department with the zoning office to track the information. The data should include whether or not the property involved in the complaint is a short-term rental, if it's owner occupied, a running tally of complaints by addresses, and citations issued, including dollar amounts of any fines. And speaking of fines, the current ordinance says any violation is subject to a fine of not more than $1,000 a day for each day the violation continues. I think we need to break down this to make it easy to enforce. perhaps a subset of fines by violation. For example, first noise offense, $150, second, $250, third offense, $500. And as you know, I would like to revoke their short-term rental registration if there are 3 violations in one season. I realize that these ordinance changes require an additional process, so I would seek advice of the solicitor to see if we could just further define the penalties for noncompliance while maintaining the $1,000 day maximum language that's already there. In the big picture here, I don't believe the way forward is to change the ordinance on short-term rentals at this time. I will agree that there are a number of revisions that are needed to make the ordinance easier to follow for the short-term rental owner and easier for the town to enforce. But I believe the first step is to enforce the rules we have and collect good data over the upcoming summer season that we can then use to make concise, fact-based changes to the ordinance in the off-season. As I've said, I suggest creating a full-time short-term rental officer position in the town. By having a single person as a point of contact to address all the issues pertaining to short-term rentals, we can enjoy all the positive effects of these tourists while safeguarding the quality of life for our residents. I propose the responsibilities of the new position include, but aren't limited to, daily updating of information from police activities, an ongoing effort to identify short-term rentals that are not registered, the maintenance of the list of all registered short-term rentals on the town website for anyone to access, if that's legal, respond to all email inquiries that having to do with complaints or questions or requests for information. This person would handle the administration of new short-term rental applications as well as renewals, perform property inspections as part of new regulations, and the annual inspections of current short-term rentals. I think it would also be beneficial to coordinate with our public information officer, Matt Shealy, to put out reports on how the new approach is working. The first year would be a pilot program. We would provide a decent framework of minimum job responsibilities, which we would tweak along the way. The first year, there would be a heavy emphasis on data collection. And once the necessary programs are in place and the police department learns how to deliver the required information efficiently, this facet of the job will require less effort going forward. How much? How to pay for the position? I asked people familiar with this type of work for a ballpark annual salary, and the $60,000 range-ish seemed to be the average. For funding, the registration of the 203 currently registered short-term rentals, conservatively guessing at an average of 2 bedrooms, brings in about $22,000, and tapping the rumored 150 unregistered properties would add $16,500, ballpark, all of it. So this annual revenue represents over half of the position's salary. The data from Host Compliance reported the town received $54,000 from the state for taxes remitted from short-term rental operators for the first 3 months of the fiscal year 2019, 2020. So the town, there is town revenue generated from short-term rentals. The work week of the short-term rental position should also be considered. You know, perhaps Tuesday through Saturday would make more sense than Monday through Friday. The short-term rental officer could respond to complaints during the work schedule hours, and the police department would respond to multiple calls and those that occur after the hours. Just to be clear, I'm not suggesting we hire another person for the zoning office. I believe we're still short-staffed in the building zoning office due to recent retirements, etc. The position I want is new with its own set of responsibilities. In conclusion, I suggest we identify and remedy the existing enforcement issues. I believe a short-term rental officer can coordinate data collection, deal with the administration of short-term rental registrations, as well as shoulder some of the enforcement burden. The officer would be the point of contact for all issues, which will, over time, result in better adherence to the rules, which will decrease the complaints and improve the quality of life for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Welch. It was very, very well done. Did a good job on that. In fact, ironically, the vice president and I have, since we put this on the docket, we have something. I think it's probably the appropriate time to put that up, even before we let some people speak. That some of your suggestions overlaps. But what I'm going to ask, and I had them do a slide on this, a motion, and I don't want anybody to second this motion. I'm just gonna put it up as a motion, and we can walk through it. And I think you're gonna see some similarities, Council Welch, with what you said, that the Vice President and I, with the help from our town administrator over Valentine's Day, put together. Okay, so without any further ado, can we get that up
Yes.
on the screen?
It's coming.
Okay. And I think this will maybe keep some of the conversation down later on with some of the residents too, instead of the same things. You know, in all fairness to everybody, I think we have hosts, and we've had hosts for years that truly comply, truly in the true spirit of home sharing. And we really don't want to see them penalized, but we have to do something, and we have to do something that's going to be consistent and fair. So this kind of, and I don't know how to get rid of this over here, but the motion from the Vice President and I would be, and again, this is the draft, and as we go down this, we can critique this after, and we can make some changes in line with it. Would be to draft an amendment to the town code section 9808 that increases the fee to register each bedroom in the dwelling unit from $55 annually to $500, with a minimum fee of $500, and the fee for premises on which the owner maintains their personal residency would also be $500. This, when we looked at the numbers and we said to ourselves, and there was conversation out there and about whether we should implement or suggest to implement a commercial tax rate on these residencies. It just didn't seem fair, because it'd be, we have a lot of people that comply, and I don't think it's right for us to try to stop somebody from making money on their residence if they can, in line with the thoughtfulness and the caring of their fellow residents in town. So the next thing would, we'll come back to these after. We can address them one at a time. I don't care how we do it, would be to research and draft an amendment to the town code 9998 that allows the town to hold both the property owner and the tenant responsible where permissible for violations related to overcrowding, noise, parking, etc. Similar to what Council Welch referenced. You know, I think for the most part, I think our on-site landlords do a great job. There are very seldom, from what I understand, complaints in regards to their, not to say that it can't happen, because it certainly can happen. And this is something, but again, in the sense of trying to be fair to everybody, it's saying, hey, listen, if your tenant who you lease to violates any of the codes, the ordinances that govern the short-term rental, that not only are your tenant, but you also will be held accountable for this. So it would be, part of it would be to draft an amendment to the town code that, first of all, sets a $500 per day minimum fine for that, should it happen. The first time it happens, the landlord and the tenant, if they're found guilty, it's a minimum fine of $500. Message gets sent loud and clear. I feel, and I know the Vice President feels the same way, but something that's open for conversation with the other councilors. Also, part of this motion would be to direct our solicitor to draft an amendment to the town code to provide for notices of violations if their property has 2 or more violations related to overcrowding, noise, or parking within a 12-month period. In line with what Councilor Welch mentioned, you have a couple of these in a 12-month period, as far as we're concerned, you're all done. Your permit gets pulled. Your permit gets pulled, and it gets pulled from the date of the last offense for a period of 1 year. Also part of this draft would be to amendment to the town code that removes the 12 years of age exemption. Prior to this, we had an exemption for children 12 years or younger. Whereas a couple could go down there, they could have 3 or 4 kids, 3 or 4 kids could invite 3 or 4 friends, go down there. Now you got a house for 8, 7 or 8, 12-year-olds, which can create as much noise and disturbance in an area as some older people. So also part of this would be to draft an amendment to the town code to require the record owner's local representative to be located within Newport County and require the record owner or local representative to respond within 60 minutes of any violation. Also part of this would be to prohibit the tenant and guests from parking on the lawn at any time. We've had a lot of issues with people parking on lawns. We've had a lot of issues with people parking on neighbors' lawns, not being sure whether it's the appropriate lease portion that the house that they rented, but just there should be no parking on lawns at all. We've had a lot of issues with that. And also lastly, it would be to direct the town administrator to prepare a user-friendly short-term rental handbook and a protocol for the distribution to landlords, tenants, and abutting property owners, which outlines short-term rental rules and regulations, summary of ordinances most likely to affect short-term renters, phone numbers, and et cetera. Again, similar to what you suggested also, Councilor Welch. So if we want to go back up top to the top, we can start at the top of this. Any comments in regards to the registration fee? And this is something, and part of this also would be to fund a full-time position. Like you said, Councilor Welch, to fund a full-time position in the building inspector's office for enforcement on this. So back up at the top. Increase the fee from $500 to $500 from the current $55 a month. So if you are a landlord, on-site landlord, you'd pay $500 annually to rent your short-term rental. If you're not, you'd pay $500 per room. Any conversation in regards to that? This helps fund positions. Vice President.
I'd like to, before we make any comments, I would certainly like to hear, what the residents of the public has to say about it.
Okay.
If you're okay with that, I mean.
No, I'm
think
okay. I just thought we get the feel of the councilors right now, and then then after that, we can listen to them.
I'd like to just.
I think the most important thing, the message going out tonight, I know a lot of them, and I see a lot of repeat names, and I know their main concerns were that we were going to implement a commercial tax rate on their properties. And as you know, after we looked at that and after we saw the evaluation of some of the homes, we said, we have some good people. And I don't know how I feel about telling somebody they can't make money on their residence. If they want to run it, if they want to adhere to running it in a way that is not a disruption to their neighbors or the rest of the town, why shouldn't they be able to? Why shouldn't they be able to make some money at it? So, but I'll entertain that. I'll open it up to some people and we'll listen to them, and then maybe we'll go back to this. All right. So if you could take this slide down right now, I'd appreciate it. First one we have is John Bagwell. John.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Name and address, John.
John Bagwell, 587 Tuckman Avenue, Middletown. Actually, with respect to the changes to the short-term rental ordinance, I have one change that kind of gets to the heart of the thing. And this came out of MEDAC. I'm a member of MEDAC. And that has to do with the question, how did you ever arrive at 6 months or less as the term for short-term rentals? The state, basically, as I understand it, defines 30 days. people come in to rent for 3 months or a month or 2 months for the summer, that is not a short-term rental. Mike, I don't have any facts. Tom Welch suggested ways we might get the facts, but it's my guess that most of the properties registered are where the problems are less than 30 days. Now, the Meat Act recommended that you have 28 days or less as the term for short-term rentals. And why 28 days and not 30 days? Well, the town people often will rent their house out during the summer in 30-day blocks. And so by keeping it at 28 days, it allows people to rent it for 30 days. Now, the argument, of course, against that is by requiring people to register their houses, if they have 6 months or less, you got more houses, you got more inspections, and at $500, that's a meaningful amount. I have no idea how many houses. I looked at the registration form. There's no way from telling it that, reading that form, whether the owner of that house is going to put it on daily rentals and an Airbnb type, or is interested in renting for a month or 2 months, or somebody from the War College or an instructor for 6 months or less. So I just think that the council ought to think about reducing the term down to 28 days or 30, and then figure out why it makes sense logically, why they want to move it to keep it at 60 days. But we thought a lot about it at MEDAC, spent a lot of time thinking about it before we came up with a recommendation of the council. So right now, it's requiring it to go to 6 months means more inspections. It means more people filing forms, and you're having people register for longer rentals. That really, my guess is, and the problems aren't there. The problems are with the short-term rentals, truly short-term. Anyway, that's the end of my comments. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, John. Sarah Minus, Sarah?
Good evening. Mr. President, can you hear me?
We can, Sarah. Name and address, please.
Sarah Miner, 7 Cogshell Circle, Middletown. Councilor Welch did cover a lot of what I was planning on addressing, and I did not expect there to be an additional page shown. So I'm digesting that at the moment, but I guess I would caution the idea of removing the 12 years and younger clause, because if I were a neighbor and I had 2 couples with 4 kids each, let's say, so 4 adults and 8 young kids, let's say they're 3, 4, and 5 years old, 12 people. Would you rather be next door to a lot of little kids yelling and having fun, or 12, 25-year-old guys having a bachelor party? I think that if you take away the 12 years and younger, you're actually encouraging the short-term rental owners to rent to a group that we actually don't want. We want families. We want the young kids. And I would hope that a few kids having fun in the backyard is not too much of a problem for most of us, and would be vastly preferable to what could come out of the 25-year-old set with a lot of profanity and vulgar actions. That's one point I didn't expect to even make tonight, but didn't also expect to see what you put up there for possible changes. And then the other point, again, with the possible changes, is that I was hoping that we would focus as a town on trying to get the unregistered homes registered and look at the income from those properties, as opposed to taking a drastic increase on per bedroom charges for those people that have been compliant, that have been registered from the beginning and are doing the right thing. I would venture to guess that the issues are coming from the unregistered. So with an increase in bedroom fee, you're not really accomplishing anything specifically against the problem areas. Again, venture to guess, we need to see the data, and I know that's item number 17. I'm hoping we're going to get into some of that. But that's my food for thought for the evening, and I hope that we can all come to terms with it. I think that there's a lot of good that comes from well-run short-term rentals.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Beth Rushlow, Beth? Beth, you're muted. There you go.
Good evening, Council. I decline at this time, but thank you. Tom Welsh presented a lot of the concerns I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dave Rushlow?
Yes, can you hear me, President?
I can.
Good evening to the council. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name is David Rushlow. I live at 32 Ellery, Middletown. I'd like to thank for what Councilman Welch said. He basically covered everything. I had questions on things regarding the cost due to short-term rentals that have been extremely costly when it deals with our public entities, which was stated by the President, President Sylvia. I also was curious too. I was going to bring up, I had a question. We, on the 8% tax we pay, 1% of it goes to the town. I just found out that supposedly for July, August, September, and October, just like Councilman Welch said, there was a cost of $54,137 was paid to our town from our short-term rentals. And I was just curious what account that deposit goes into. Another main question I had was, how can you divide my property as an on-site landlord from my full-time resident and my rental cottages? Do you plan to make my property totally commercial if we go through with the process we are talking about? The last question I have is, what about the homes here in Middletown where people are running businesses out of? Are they going to be zoned commercial now? It just sounds to me like that would be a tremendous legal problem. The last thing.
Let me just answer one thing quick so you
Okay, thank you.
totally understand this. The last Council Welch's proposal and the proposal that I put up there with myself and the Vice President did not mention going to a commercial tax rate. If you live on your property, which I know you do,
Yeah.
you would pay one fee a year
Okay,
like you do now.
okay.
So go ahead, finish what you had to say.
Okay, so no, thank you very much, President, for that. And I just, at the end, I was just going to say, I picture the council as a jury of 7 people. And I wonder if you were to pass this change from residential to commercial, for me or for other people, for my property, it would, to me, it would be the same as convicting an innocent person for a crime he didn't commit. My wife.
Dave, I hate to interrupt you, but it's not on the table right now.
Okay.
That's not on the table. The motion that
Okay.
Council Welch brought up, Vice President myself, has no mention of a commercial tax rate. We're trying to circumvent that and move forward.
Okay, I apologize. I'm just saying, being an on-site landlord, my wife and I manage our rentals responsible to the law. And thank you for the time for letting me talk to you.
Thanks.
You, Dave.
James Redfern, James? Hi, James, you're muted. Go.
Yep, I believe I'm unmuted. Can you hear
Name
me?
and
Mr.
address, name and address, James.
Yeah, good evening. My name is James Redfern. I live at 275 Green End Avenue. Good evening, Mr. President and town councilors. In 2006, my wife and I purchased a farmhouse on Green End Ave, adjacent to a church and 2 old farmhouses. Across the street is the Weatherby Schoolhouse. The neighborhood was peaceful and safe. Then, a few months later, our neighbor started a short-term rental. We know when summer starts now because of the out-of-state cars that are arriving next door on a regular basis. We hear banging from car doors opening and closing repeatedly on arrival at any time of the day. Doors slam as guest carries in groceries, cases of beer, and liquor, along with their suitcases. Sometimes guests bang on my door and ask for help with the rental. We are nauseous because we know what is ahead. Sleepless nights. They gather on the second floor patio and their loud music vibrates through my house. Constantly, cars are moved for guests to get in and out of the driveway. Ubers, taxis, pizza and liquor deliveries, limos, and even buses clog the driveway as they idle and wait for guests. My driveway has now become the turnaround for these vehicles. They party, they play drinking games, and they urinate all in the yard. When the bars close, they return and the party continues. The music, the doors slamming, and the smell of marijuana permeates my house. They are now drunk and louder. Sometimes they fight. Imagine this next to your house. I called the police for over 10 years. Officers gave warnings and then new guests arrived and it started all over. The police said it was for zoning and zoning said it was for the police to enforce. In the end, nobody enforced anything. I spoke before you on June 20, 2016, and I encourage you to go back and review that video. I was the dad who had to explain to my then 9-year-old daughter about an outdoor bachelor party. I told you at the time that we did not feel safe and they have a front row seat to everything we do from their roof deck. After I spoke, I continued to call the police and nothing changed. So I eventually gave up and stopped calling because it was useless. We realized that there is no peace and we had bought a lemon for a house. Today, you want to enhance permit and licensing fees. I feel you already did that with the amendments, and this adds paperwork and financial sanctions, but the nuisances continues. When someone is making in excess of $60,000 per year, a few $500 fines are meaningless. Briefly, this is the problem. The owners of this home advertised their house to accommodate 13 guests, having 5 bedrooms with 9 beds and allow 6 cars and cater to big groups. To me, this is not a short-term rental, but it is a functioning hotel based solely on the number of guests. And keep in mind that 13 rarely means 13. In some cases, there have been 30 people in that house. The owners state in the house rules that the property is a quiet area and no noise will be allowed, but I'm here to tell you that is impossible with 13 people, 5 bedrooms, 6 cars, and self-check-in on a summer vacation. You simply cannot have that many people and comply with the ordinances due to sheer volumes. All short-term rentals are not equal, and I recognize that, as some are, such as this one, are hotels. For the owners who rent a week or 2 annually or are on the premises owners, our current ordinances are adequate. But large short-term rentals cannot be properly enforced unless there's a 24/7 detail. Ordinances are in place and the ordinances continue, and the rentals that advertise occupancy for large groups should be eliminated because it is clear they are operating hotels in a residential area. The ordinance cites the purpose is to protect residents against the exact adverse conditions that I just described without creating undue restrictions to property owners who want to rent short-term. But is it not an undue restriction to prohibit a hotel next door to me? The totality of the accommodations this property offers is what causes the nuisance. It is a hotel. It is not a short-term rental. To expand, I'd like to just say a couple more words. Councilor Welch, you asked about data. I have binders full. I have police reports. I have pictures. I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you and review those with you as I did with the town council in 2016. I would also like to speak to the enforcement because I would like to know who is responsible for enforcing these rules, because when I called the police, it takes them a very long time to respond to a noise complaint. And when they do, they refuse to contact anybody from the zoning or the building office. When I contact the zoning or the building office, they tell me it's the police's job. So there's a big circle going on here, and the end result is nobody is enforcing the issue. Furthermore, the property next to me is listed as having 1,900 square feet. Section 9809 regarding occupancy limits says there must be 200 gross square feet per occupant, which based on that, that means the most occupants they can have in this property is 9. So how can it be marketed at 13? And who is responsible for enforcing that? I welcome any questions that you have, and I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you, James. Okay. Lawrence Frank. Lawrence, Vice President, you want to say something?
I do. Mr. Frank, can you just give me a moment, please? And thank you. Sean, I would like to hear eventually from, I think Chief Q is on about some of the, because this is more than the first time we've heard, not from just a Mr. Redfern, but from residents at the last meeting, that when they call the police and then the police say it's a zoning issue, and then the zoning says it's a police issue, like you just stated. So we need to figure this out, or fix this, or figure out where the gap is, because that's just, I'm sure we'd all agree, and I'm not beating up zoning, I'm not beating up the police department. We need to come together on this and figure this out pretty quick, because it seems like it would be an easy solution as to, you know, what's going on here and how are we going to enforce. I remember Mr. Redfern coming before us, and I know exactly where he lives, across from the school, and which house he's referring to. So if we could eventually at some point hear from the chief and figure out the communication gap on how we're going to resolve issues like Mr. Redfern just brought up. Because it's not, I mean, it's not a one-off. It's we've heard it last meeting too, so.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear from Mr. Frank first. Lawrence Frank?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Lawrence Frank, 8 O'Donnell. I want to thank both Mr. Welch and Mr. Sylvia for their proposals. I don't think they really are enough. One proposal for addressing the issue of short-term rentals was to require enforcement. This sounds good as far as it goes, but is not realistic. How many times have residents been woken up in the early morning by slamming car doors, loud behavior when groups return to these rentals? A call to the police will be useless since this behavior is long gone before the police arrive. And in the off chance that a citation is issued, the judicial process in this town has shown a complete lack of interest in sanctioning this behavior with punitive fines. In fact, it is just the opposite, as Mr. Redfern has just told you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Okay.
I think Chief Stewart was on.
Chief Q, are you on? Do you want to make a comment at all? Chief?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, everyone. First off, let me just comment on the vast majority of our short-term rental people. They run great businesses. They do a very good job. And 99% of our short-term rentals that are registered do play by the rules. With that being said, Councilor Welch did bring up some unique stats that were forwarded to the councilors in regards to short-term rentals. In 2018, there was 84 residential calls. 22 were identified as short-term rentals. That's a very low percentage. So, you know, there's a perception out there that our noise complaints are just short-term rentals. Yes, they are an issue, but it's also regular residences and businesses as well, to include hotels, restaurants that we get called to periodically as well. So when listening to Mr. Redfern, you know, I listened to that in, you know, the 2016 incident, obviously prior to my arrival, you know, he paints a clear picture that we need to kind of identify, you know, that first of all, I think we need to have that person that we're going to identify as our short-term rental person. I agree with Mr. Welch. I agree with the people that called in at the last meeting that, you know, enforcement needs to be picked up. It makes it very difficult for the police to enforce the noise ordinance because everybody knows that it's a decibel reading, right? So let me walk you through how we get a complaint. We get a noise complaint. It's a short-term rental, loud noise, banging car doors, people on the deck, and we respond. And we get there, and generally the guy on patrol who's going to go to the call, we want to nip things in the bud, the quality of life issues. The first time we go to that residence, we'll go there, we'll meet with the short-term rental or the homeowner and say, hey, advise them of the noise ordinance. Are you aware of it? Usually a warning is given the first time. If we get called back to that residence, then we go back with a noise meter and then we render that noise meter. Now, if the person that called that's a complainant allows us to go on their property adjacent, we'll take the reading from there. If not, we have to do it from the street. And it has to rise to a level of a 55 decibel when it's after 10 o'clock. And usually that doesn't happen because usually when we get back, there's people there and it doesn't rise to that level. But so there's a couple things that, you know, I look at this. So when I first got here 2 years ago, you know, the first summer here, handled all the noise complaints. We had COVID summer last summer. Last summer, I assigned a liaison with the police department to work with the zoning enforcement officer. We have a sergeant liaison. So any call that we got that was a violation for a short-term rental, he would convey that with the report over to zoning enforcement. And, you know, it's whether it's an overcrowding, if it's an issue with noise right away that we can enforce from a quality of life that night, we'll take action if we can. But the statute is very narrowly tailored. It makes it difficult for us to prove that it exceeded the net noise decibel. When you look at other towns and you look at I think we need to really take a look at the ordinance, and it's not just, it's the repeat offenders, right? So we will have a record in our CAD system that says, hey, it'll give the previous complaints that we've had there. So generally we will know if we've been there for a noise complaint. It doesn't identify a short-term rental versus a regular homeowner. We can't do that. However, we can look at the history of that residence to say, oh, we were there last weekend. So if we get a heads up that, hey, we were there last weekend, we'll get the noise meter out there on the first time out. So I think in looking at this, it's kind of like three-pronged. I think when you look at this, we have to be, number one, have that dedicated person with short-term rentals. We have a large majority of undocumented short-term rentals. We have to identify those people. We have to identify those short-term rentals. We need to find out who they are and make sure that they're playing by the rules like everybody else. Because as I said, the majority of our short-term rentals, you look at that stat that Mr. Welch gave, 22 noise complaints in 2019 were short-term rentals. That was it. Everyone else, either unregistered or is a regular home or a non-short-term rental. So we kind of have to do that first. We have to identify that. And I believe that having that dedicated person is going to help us greatly in that. The second phase is, continuing to have our liaison with that zoning enforcement, and then making sure that we publicize the rules, the most common offenses, the overcrowding, the cars on the lawn, the loud noise, and making sure that the owners are responsible. And I think the key is getting to the owners. And like I said, the majority of our short-term rental owners, they're very responsible. And that's what we're looking for. I think that as we move forward, that, I think we need to look at the ordinance enforcement to spread it out a little bit, and I don't want to say we're ever too busy to go on any complaint. You'll never hear me say that. We're always going to send somebody. As you all know, the majority of our calls double and triple in the summertime. Very busy. DWI enforcement, accidents, domestics, the population doubles and triples. So our call volume doubles and triples. And not to say that a loud party isn't a problem. It certainly is. And we're going to respond to it as quickly as we can. But sometimes there might be other priorities that we have officers responding to. But we're not going to ever respond to something. And then I think, by expanding the ordinance enforcement, we came up with a proposal. I've talked to Sean Brown about it, the town administrator, is coming up with public safety interns to help with our enforcement and working with that zoning official or working with that dedicated person on short-term rentals to do proactive patrolling, and that would be the busy weekends and, getting out there, riding with a public safety intern, going out there with a decibel meter, being proactive and looking for those violations that are readily available by sight, cars on the lawn, excessive people, noise. And I think that would put a big dent into it. And looking to our neighbors to the south, Newport, they have 2 full-time zoning people. That's all they do during the summer. Proactive. And when they find a violation, they call the officer that's got that patrol, they respond and they take an action. So I think, I hear enforcement, it can be done. The noise ordinance is a little bit restrictive to us to enforce and actually take action on, but certainly the other ones with the cars on the lawn or problem parking areas, I think, in all fairness to Mr. Welch, who, wants to collect all the data, I think we can have I think there's been some good talks in the last 2 weeks that we can enact something and build our data, but I think there's some very proactive stances that we can take this season.
Vice President.
So I'd like to ask the chief a question. So at the last meeting, a resident, Sarah Poirier, brought up an idea of short-term rentals having some type of decibel reading device, so that maybe we have something. The police department would have something to go by, where it self-registers, and I'm not quite sure how it works, but I know to Sarah's point, I thought it was a pretty good idea, because like you said, a lot of times you get there and it's already quieted down. or you have to take the reading from the street and it doesn't meet the, you know, there's noise there, but it doesn't reach that violation level of 0.55. So I did receive a call from one resident and said, I don't think that's a good idea because I don't know how it works. He said the thing sounds off like an alarm. I don't know. I'm sure people don't want that either. But I think it's certainly something maybe we should maybe look into and consider.
I'll just comment on that. Certainly, I'd be open to all options, but you know, you look at the cost effectiveness of that and who's going to monitor it, and is the decibel meter going to be actually calibrated, because it needs to be calibrated to a certain level? Who would be in charge of monitoring the sound? You know, along with technology, you know, unfortunately, you do need human interaction. People need to monitor it and take action on it. So there's a lot of logistics to look at. In a perfect world, I'd be in favor of that. And, you know, but I just don't know, you know, right now the police look at, you know, we're Big Brother and everybody's watching with technology and sound devices. And so certainly there are some reservations to that idea, but I'm not opposed to it.
Okay. So Chief, I have another question. You know, we've heard a couple from several residents and saying that when the police do arrive, they say it's a zoning issue, and then they'll call the zoning office and the zoning office says it's a police issue. So if we have a liaison, how is this happening?
So generally that liaison would, if there was and again, when we respond, we take care of the initial quality of life. If there's a parking issue on the street, or noise, or overcrowded, we're going to interact with that property owner. But if it's you know, the registration of the STR, where it's more on the zoning, we would take those complaints and we would forward those over to zoning. Even if we didn't cite for a violation, we would forward them to let them know that. And it's not to throw zoning under the bus, but you know, I wanted to make sure in my second summer here that we had good communications, and that we were doing, if it wasn't an immediate citation for a noise or an arrest, that we were forwarding that information so that we can maintain, you know, how many times we're called in. There, you know, we want to identify the nuisance people, right? The nuisance STRs or the nuisance residents. And that's something that I would, you know, look to explore too, is what are we going to do to define what a nuisance STR or a nuisance residence? Is it the number of calls? Is it because someone's opinion is that, hey, there's 3 people talking around the fireplace, they're being a little loud? Or is it the 10 people on the back deck at 11 o'clock at night, you know, playing music? So it needs to be identified on what that nuisance. I think, you know, if you look at kind of trying to identify what that nuisance residence is, and then maybe having some sort of sanctions in regards to its short-term license, and having some restrictions like Mr. Welch said, either with fines and or, you know, revoking their STR license if they have so many violations. As I said, with the noise, with the decibel level, it makes it very difficult to enforce. And as you said, Paul, when we come back, you know, generally they have eyes and they see us coming and they quiet down. And generally, I got to be honest, a majority of our calls, you know, when we go there, 99% of them, people understand. It's the bigger party type extreme cases that Mr. Redfern brought up in regards to the bachelor parties and, you know, the 25, you know, bachelors versus the, you know, the 2 couples with 4 kids each. So.
Councilor Welch?
Sorry, I have one more question, Bob.
Okay.
Thanks for the leniency, Councilor Welch. So, Chief, does the police department have a list of the current registered short-term rentals?
Yeah, we do keep a list at dispatch. We do. So we'll cross-reference that.
Okay. Thank you.
And I just wanted to answer one other question, Mr. Paul, that you had last meeting in regards to our office is well-versed on short-term rentals, noise ordinances, beach ordinances. Every spring, when I came here, we instituted every spring in the first week of May, everyone goes through all the ordinances, what the decibel level is, the proper response. We go over the sound meter, how to operate it. So everyone is well aware here in regards to the response that we take.
Thank you. Councilor Welch.
Thanks, Bill.
You're
Thank you,
welcome,
Mr.
sir.
President. My questions too are for the chief as well. Chief, what could we do? Because short of making it completely subjective, the noise meter at least is something that you can point to. So what could we do about either the threshold limit, or is there anything that tool can help? Could we help you make it work better?
Well, I think you have to look at, there's a lot of good ideas here for resolving or improving this issue. I think we have to look at stages, right? So, and I think, enforcement, I hear, and, I just want to make sure that we have the means by which to have proactive enforcement on these issues. So it's never been instituted. And you look at the ordinance is 25 plus years old in regards to the noise ordinance. And I think if we can look at that and give us some more teeth to enforce it, but it's still not going to, it's still, and I'm talking specifically to the noise ordinance, but I think, the overcrowding and the cars on the lawns and, those are pretty self-identifiable, but it would be nice to have the resources to put some proactive resources towards that. And I think it's a team effort. I think it's, with the trash, it's the refuge trash and recyclable coordinator, giving him ordinance enforcement abilities. Our public safety interns that proposed this summer to help enforce with the beach ordinance to augment in addition to our regular policing, to team up with that dedicated STR person and to go out there on the weekends and work evenings. And we all know when the busy nights are, people stay for the week. It's not usually the weekly renters. It's not the people that are there for the week. It's the people that are there for the more short terms, I think, that are coming in for the weekends, right? And the bachelor parties. And I think those are the more problematic houses because they're there short term and they're there for a festive occasion and they're going into the neighborhoods. These are where people live. And so you're going to have these problems, but what do we do best to facilitate the enforcement to improve these, to really kind of reduce the calls for service and reduce these incidences?
Thank you. And
Go ahead.
my second question was on, as far as citations go, I couldn't, how often do we give citations? I mean, on a weekend, what do you have to do to get one? And because as I look at the ordinance, up to $1,000, that's a whole lot of leeway. So how do you decide what the first noise offense is worth? Does it even?
So we don't assign the fines. We assign the municipal court citation, and then the facts will go to the municipal court judge, and then it will be brought up for adjudication there. We will supply the report, and I'm sure that the judge takes in consideration if we've been called there in the past, what the facts and circumstances are, if it's a first offense, a second offense. And I know that you had proposed looking at a tiered level of enforcement, which I think is a good idea. I mean, and then maybe coming up with looking at what identifies an STR as a nuisance, right? So if you have 3 actual citations when we're doing proactive enforcement with a team effort, and those 3 violations in a 30-day, a 2-month period, then you have to go before some, the STR board to weigh in on further sanctions, because obviously it's not correcting itself, right? It's the repeat offenders that we want.
Thank you.
Vice President.
So, Chief, I know this was before you, and I'm bothered by Mr. Redfern's. I was bothered then. I'm even more bothered by it now that the same things are going on in that one particular house. If he's called so many times, have these, you probably won't know this off the top of your head, I wouldn't imagine, because I wouldn't. How does this house continue on? Why aren't they in municipal court, or have they been? And I mean, if he's called that many times, either we're not doing something right, or there's a gap somewhere. I just, like he said, I just don't get it. I mean, if someone's called X amount of times, like he has, these people shouldn't even have a license as far as I'm concerned at this point.
I agree with you. And again, it's just, I don't know when those incidents took place that he described. But I'd be hard pressed that, the picture he painted was, I'd be the first one to tell you, I wouldn't want to be living next door to that house. But and this is where, if this was something that obviously we had the COVID factor last summer, even though our calls for service for noise complaints seem to be a little bit increased due to COVID with gatherings, more rather than noise complaints. But, I think with proactive enforcement and really taking a look at the ordinance and really having some teeth in the ordinance and having some sanctions into those repeat problematic STRs is something that the council should look at. And I think all the STRs the people that are doing what they need to do to ensure that they do the proper screening of their tenants. And again, you need to hold the property owners accountable. So the people that, and I tell you that it's probably not the owner occupied ones. It's not, because they're the first ones that are going to put an end to it, and they have the responsibility. And here's the other thing, when I look at proactive enforcement, I know that the council had proposed in the summary at the beginning, which is a great idea, 60-minute response for a property owner or whoever the property manager is going to be. So if we're out there and we're going to cite, quite frankly, I'd like to see them out there within the first hour and let you know we're citing these people. And if it continues again, people are going to be subject to arrest, and you're going to be held to even more sanctions. So I think if you put the onus on the property owner for the continual problematic STRs and making them respond to take care of the issue, I think it's going to only improve it. I think it's going to improve the quality of life. I think the neighbors are going to be happier. I think the short-term rental owners are going to screen their guests a little bit better. I even know some STRs that advertise that, hey, we have cameras, not inside, but we have a camera in the driveway and we have a camera in the backyard. If you exceed the limit as a result of the ordinance given by the town or wherever you reside, they have the right to revoke that. So there's some things we can do. There really is. And I think,
okay. I don't want to cut you off, but
oh, sorry. I was a little long-winded.
Repetitious a little bit. We have one other gentleman that wants to talk tonight, John Hayes. John has signed up to talk. John, you still there?
Yes, I had to find the microphone.
Name and address, John, please.
My name is John Hayes. I live at 446 Purgatory Lane, and this is the home I rent for a couple of months in the summer. After listening to Mr. Redfern, I really feel for him. I am close by to the house in the summer. I really screen my tenants. I don't let anybody go above 8 people. And I limit the cars, and there's no large gatherings at my house. I don't think there's been any complaints with parking or noise, and my neighbors have a close good neighbors, and I want to be a good neighbor. In terms of raising revenue, it seems like the short-term renters, the owners, are an easy mark to raise revenue. And it could be spread out a little bit more, I think, because as I've heard, I think I'm not mistaken, that it's a smaller percentage of the complaints in the summer from the short-term renters. Those properties are in a smaller percentage, and maybe we need to look at other the other offenders. But I do feel for Mr. Redfern, and everybody's right that the owners should be looked at, and they should be responsible, and we've got to look at them. And also, I agree with the lady who spoke about renting to families and the children. I don't think children, under 12 are noisemakers unless it's a house that has a small yard and there's, the other houses are 10 feet away. In my situation, we're kind of spread out where I live. So I had one more point, and I can't think of what it is, but I guess I'll just close with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Colleagues, I'd like to go back to the motion that we put up on the board, and then we can go through it. We're not going to accomplish anything unless we dig in and start doing it. And what Councilor Welch brought up in line with what the Vice President and I want to propose tonight does not require enabling legislation. We can implement this. And we can do it. We can tweak anything later on. We talk about ordinances, we talk about enforcing ordinances, we talk about the onus or the burden being placed on the short-term rental people. But unfortunately, and I said it earlier, I think there's a lot of short-term rental people that do a stellar job about hosting their homes without creating problems in their neighborhood or to their neighbors. The other thing I wanted to mention, we talked about the under 12. Anyone 12 or under wasn't counted in the head count in a room. So you could have 2 parents and you could have 12 kids in a house. But I think they have to be taken into consideration myself, but I'd like to go back and like to start on this and see if we can at least get something in this process, something in stream so we can move ahead on this. I think it's, I believe now that it's, the onus shouldn't be just totally put on the short-term renters, a commercial tax rate burden, because we're talking a lot of money. We're talking a lot of money. But I also believe that short-term renters want to contribute to the enforcement. Whether it be them or whether it be local residents themselves having parties, which happens, we all know that. But it's something that we have to address. And we're not going to address it by trying to resolve every potential issue. And I believe that enforcement is a key issue to this. And if we enhance this permit fee, which I don't see as being absorbent, I don't see it being anything that can't be absorbed by the tenant that's renting it. I mean, you talk a person that lives on, they're going to pay $500 instead of $55. I remember not too long ago, we were paying $10. It was like pulling teeth out of a giraffe to get it up to $55. But this could fund an enforcement officer position that could be out there, could be dedicated for this. I'm not a believer in, okay, we'll have a meeting and we'll have a liaison. And I mean, we have to do enforcement here. We have to quit beating around the bush and enforce the issues that are out there. Hopefully we're going to go through a summer and there's not going to be any issue to enforce. The likelihood of that, who knows? But I'd like to put that back up if and we can start walking through these one at a time and listen to the people's suggestions in line with Councilor Welch had brought up and the Vice President. I mean, the first one is how does my colleagues feel about the minimum fee of $500? If you live there on the premises, it's your primary residence, you pay $500 once a year. If you don't live there, you pay $500 per room once a year. Any conversation on that? Councilor Welch?
Yeah, right off the bat, to me, we're raising the rate again, but this does nothing to help enforcement. And I wonder, I understand I want an enforcement officer. I understand that requires money. I think, as I've shown, there's already money that's coming out of short-term rentals that would fund what I want. But how did we go from $55 to $500? What's the rationale there?
To fund a position, full-time position allocated for these issues in town.
But so what happens to the money we already make, the $55 and the 1% back from the state?
Then the other taxpayers in Middletown will be better off, be less of a tax burden on them.
Yeah, but okay, that's fine.
Reallocate, Tom, it's already allocated. It's already in the budget.
Okay.
For other uses. So if you extract that I understand what you're saying, but that money's already built in. And it's not built in towards this, it's built in towards something else. So you're gonna
Okay.
be taken from somewhere else. If that's what you want to do, I'm sure it could be done, but you're only gonna be taken from somewhere else.
Okay, well then, do the math, and a position of around $60,000, you're from 55 to 500? What does that come out for numbers? That's way more than a position would require.
Okay, I appreciate your opinion. Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Vice President, Council Von Villas?
I would, Bob. I thought that, when we looked at initially the initial proposal, of going to from a residential tax rate if you're running a business, and that's what a lot of these people are doing, whether it's a resident or a non-resident. And I know sometimes that might hurt to hear that. Well, I'm a resident, I pay taxes. You're right, so does everyone else. But in fairness, you're running a business out of your establishment. And why should other residents be subsidized or subsidize your business? If that makes sense. That's not fair. What if everybody decided to do that? We'd have to take a look at, and not everybody can. And if you look at it and you look at the map, and I don't know who sent the map, I don't know if it was Terry or somebody sent the map, the concentration of those is typically down by the beach areas as expected. But in fairness, just like the next proposal of people running businesses, it's no different in commercial businesses out of their residence, whether it's short-term rental or it's, some other type of business being run out of there blatantly. That's not what residents were designed for. That's not what they were zoned for. So I've always believed in a pay-as-you-go. And if we move forward, and the council may say, no, it's not a good idea, we don't want to do that, that's fine. But to be able to pay for things, Tom, you'll learn as you go along, these budgets are extremely, extremely tight. We try and keep it as friendly as we can to the taxpayers. We have the past 3 or 4 years, and we're going to try to continue to do that. But it doesn't happen just by adding people and not adding fees. I mean, you're a bright guy, and so, but going back to the original point was that when we looked at the commercial tax rate, we said, hey, that sounds like a good idea. And then as the discussion evolved and we heard from the residents, like adding $400.50 per 1,000, that wasn't fair. And I think we recognize that. Okay, how are we going to pay for this? And there's other fees too. There's other administrative fees as well. So, I mean, that number is obviously, up for discussion. If you don't think it's fair, that's your opinion. That's fine. Maybe we do something else. I don't know. But we've always been pretty successful as a pay-as-you-go. These are businesses being run. Make no mistake about it. There's income being generated, which is great. I have no qualms with anybody making money. But what's fair is fair. And some of these, as Mr. Redfern alluded to, some of these are flat out hotels. Some people have built houses the size of small hotels that are running businesses in residential neighborhoods, and it's wrong. It's not fair. So to be fair, pay your fair share.
Okay, Council Walter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Paul, I agree that there should be a fee here. I don't know if I should say this or not, but I feel like I need to.
Okay.
I might regret it. So
it's okay.
All right. So I'm going to make an analogy to the fire department.
Okay.
When I looked at the fire department stuff and I saw the rescue wagon fund, money was taken from that to put doors on the DPW garage. I questioned that. And the answer was that money is earmarked for public safety. Public safety can be the truck that puts the sand on the roads, that parks in that garage and needs a door. Okay. you know, a little stretch, not terrible, and I'm okay with that. However, when the fire department comes and says we need a new rescue wagon, or we need new gear or radios or whatever it is, or people, and there's a balk because the money's not there. Well, the money better be there because it came out of the rescue wagon fund to start with. So if there's extra and you put in garage doors, great. And so now I'm going to play this onto short-term rentals.
Okay.
The president said it went from $10, and I don't know what it was before, and we'll use $10, whatever it was something, then it went to 55. Now you want to go tenfold more. Well, I understand the money's in the budget going somewhere, but when the short-term rentals need enforcement, or this quality of life is coming because of short-term renters and there is money being generated by it, that has to come first. So if you say, okay, we've already allocated to something else and you know, it's relevant, then come up with a number that reflects the cost that you're going to incur. And now $500, where did that come from? Did you talk to Newport or Portsmouth or National Thing? Or, I mean, where did that come from?
Go ahead, Vice President.
So to answer your question, Tom, it came from my farm calculator. So, so I took 186, I think it's 186 roughly that are registered now. It's under 200, correct? 198. So I did 180. For some reason, 186 stood in my head. So if I took 186 and times 55, it's $10,230. So I can revise that. It's not going to be much difference with 12 more. And then I take that same 186 and I took 500 and it came up with 93,000. Now you said roughly 93,500 or 93,000 even rather. So the 186 times $500. And if you take that and you said, well, the position roughly is around 60K, that's just salary. That's not benefits. That's not benefits. So benefits, we just hired a position not too long ago, was right around that same amount. And I asked Sean, what is the total package with benefits? He said 80 or 82,000. And then you have to build in some type of contingency as well for overtime, because there will be overtime in that particular position, my opinion, if you're going to budget properly. But now you're right around that mark. So again, that number's negotiable. It's up there. It's open for discussion and see where it goes. That's how I kind of came up with that figure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to add two points to your math. One is that you are then assuming that all of those short-term rentals only have one bedroom. And secondly, that's not taking into account any of the unregistered short-term rentals that
That's correct. That's correct. I go based off the numbers I have, not what we may or may not have. You can't budget like that.
You can't budget like that, but you need to use good numbers. And I think assuming, so what I did just for what you're saying here is I took the, what was the name of that company that we don't have anymore?
Post compliance.
Yep, post compliance. So they broke out 3 months and how many short-term rentals registered and what that equated into money. So if you divided those and then divided by 55, that would tell you how many bedrooms roughly there were. And when I did the numbers that I spoke of earlier, I used an average of 2 bedrooms per short-term rental, and every single one of those numbers for those months was over that. So I'm conservative at 2. So what I'm saying to you is you can't pick one.
I understand, but we don't, I'm not sure, I didn't factor in either the number of residents that are on site. I know there's a number out there and it's not coming to my mind that are just going to pay the one. So that's why I went that route, just as conservative.
Yeah, they pay.
Fair enough.
Multiple rooms that they rent on some of those sites.
Understood.
So that's where that number.
And again,
and when you're doing a
Tom,
salary, you have to do that multiplier. And generally speaking, it's like a 1.35. multiplier.
Okay.
So, I mean, the number gets up there fast, and you want to fund a position that people are going to want, and you can hold them accountable for doing it. You want to fund a position that it is a town position that's funded with the benefits. You hire the person that goes in there that's going to do the job that we expect them to do.
Agreed.
I think the math came out as fair as we could come out with that. And I think, in all honesty, we have residential short-term rental places in Middletown, and a lot of them, that they're only going to pay 500, when reality is they might have 5 or 6 bedrooms that they rent out, but they're on-site hosts. So, I mean, you try to balance it, you try to weigh it in favor of the resident, the local person, giving them the benefit of the doubt, because in most cases, if they're there on site, there's at least potential to have a problem, but we have to be fair to all the residents across the town as well. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm trying to get my mind around, because obviously we, or myself and councilors other than you and Paul, is the first time we've seen this. So what is the game plan here? Are we, I understand what you're saying. We got to do something. We got to start the ball rolling here. And I completely agree. So are we going to go down this line by line and vote? Or
I think we should. I think we should.
okay, so then see here would be a problem I have.
Okay.
I understand better now where your math is coming from for the $500. However,
I want to throw one other thing, if I can interrupt you.
Yep.
Don't forget the administrative fees along with this. Somebody comes in, they file papers with the clerk's office. The clerks have to follow through on their end. Then the building gets inspected. As you know, from being a fireman, it has to get inspected. The building gets inspected. And then we have the enforcement side to that too. So there's a lot of clerical and administrative costs associated with this.
okay, so if I were to buy into number one, I'm looking down here to see where is my enforcement officer?
Oh, I'll tell you, that's the slide may be up on the next slide because it was a little large, but the enforcement officer is part of it. In fact, the last paragraph says, authorize the town administrator to hire an additional zoning officer with job responsibilities of enforcing ordinances, rules, and regulations related to short-term rental activity.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So if we're going one by one and I say, okay, to $500 and then I lose the enforcement officer.
We're not going to lose it. We can do the whole thing at once if you want to. I don't have a problem with that either.
I'm just trying to understand the procedure here. That's all.
There's no procedure in things like this. You know, sometimes it's brand new, you know? So, you know, this is just a template, an outline that we put together. We thought we'd simplify it a little bit by doing this, saying, okay, you thought you'd simplify it, obviously by what you did tonight with your suggestions.
Mhm.
So let's get it together, see if we can get the pieces together, and maybe we can accomplish something on this tonight. That's fair to everybody. That's fair to everybody. Oh, there's the bottom piece now. See the bottom, they just popped it up. That's the last section, okay? But I guess the font was too big to see it to begin with. Councilor Von Villas.
Yeah, I have a question, and my question is coming from a slightly different direction. I do recognize that there's a big difference between $55 and $500, but I guess I want to ask the question, how long does it take? What does the owner, the short-term renter person, the property owner, how long does it take him to earn that $55 or $500? I mean, a short-term rental is not cheap. If somebody's going to come here, they're going to pay a lot of money to come here. And $55 is a joke for a permit, in my opinion, because you can't get a room here for $55. So I don't know that it takes that long for a property owner to earn that $500. So I don't know. I just want to bring that up as something to consider. We're looking at it from the perspective of, wow, 55 to 500, that's a lot. But you know what? Here are these people that are making all of this money. And it's not like they have to scrape to get all the dollars. They're going to make them. So I don't know. I just want to bring that out and put that on the table.
I know how long it would take me. It'd take me the first billing to make up to 500.
Exactly. That's my point.
Council Santos, you're muted. Council Santos? Okay.
Sorry. $60,000 has been brought up as a salary for this person, okay? And it's been written that it's going to be an additional zoning enforcement officer. Now, you have to consider fringe benefits. You have to consider a car. You have to consider gasoline. You have to consider, is he going to be wearing a uniform? He's got to have identification. Now, my second part to this question, if anyone is fined, what is the next step? Are they given a summons to appear in court and pay the fine? What's the procedure? I'm not sure, because I have another problem that I'm not bringing it up tonight, but it's going to be coming down the road. What is the procedure on fining somebody? Do they appear in court? And is there summons and so forth? I'd like to know the procedure.
We're going to go through that. We can discuss that as we go.
All right, thank you.
Personally, myself, I think if they're found guilty, it ought to be a mandatory minimum fine, mandatory minimum. But
And appear before court?
yes,
Thank you.
okay, so if we could get that slide moved again. There we go. All right. Do we want to go through the whole thing? Or do we want to go one line at a time? Let's go through the whole thing. Let's go through the whole thing. Are we still on the first line at 500? Or can we move to the next line?
First line.
Does anybody else have any opposition to a $500 fee? Okay. Okay. The second line is to reach and draft an amendment to the town code, chapter 98, that allows the town to hold both the property owner and tenant responsible, where permissible, for violations related to overcrowding, noise, parking, etc. In other words, if the police issue or the enforcement officer issues a violation to the tenant on site, the owner also gets issued a violation and has to appear. How do you feel about that? Council Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have two questions.
Okay.
One is, does that mean the owner pays $500? The tenant pays $500? Is that what you're saying?
It could both be fined, yes.
Okay. And to zoom out, see, like that one, I'm all for. I have no problem with that. But are we thinking we're going to come back and say, okay, the second one, I make a motion, the second thing, we vote on it now? Could that be a done deal? We don't have to say it twice, get public opinion or whatever else you do. You're thinking we can make this happen right now?
We can make this happen tonight. We do not need enabling legislation. Okay.
Well,
wait a minute. I got two ahead of you, Councilor Von Villas. Vice President.
So any type of ordinance or amendment to an ordinance would that have to have two readings? Yeah.
But we'll put it together formally tonight.
Right,
And
but I
then
just
we'll
want to make
submit it-
sure.
And we'll submit it to the legal counsel, which will be Marissa, who's filling in for our solicitor.
Yep.
She'll review it, and then we'll have public hearing on it.
Yep, I just wanted to make sure that was clear to Tom.
But we have to agree on something first. Now, Councilor Santos.
All right, I have no problem with the first $500 to the resident, but on the second $500 to the individual, I do have a problem, not the money, but they could take off. And what's going to happen? We're not going to collect the $500 unless you've got a better system.
Well, they would get summoned. They would get summoned, the appropriate information to be acquired. The data would be given. In fact, I was even thinking maybe even if they wanted to, we could make it a pay-by-mail violation. You have some of these people from out of town that have money. They just assume, hey, here's a check for $500 and send it in. But if we have their information and their data, then we can talk about reciprocal if they don't show what the jurisdiction that they reside in.
Fine, thank you.
Now, Council Von Villas.
Yes, I was just going to bring up something that you alluded to a few minutes ago. And the fact is that what we're doing now is we're putting together the things that we're going to put in the initial ordinance. But as Paul has said, we're going to have two readings. So the question is, you know, is there anything here that we absolutely want to take out? And if there isn't, then just go forward and get the ordinance written.
I don't know. I see your point, but I also feel it's good exercise to walk through these too.
Oh, no,
That
no.
way we all agree. If we get to the point tonight, and we have less than an hour left to see if we get to this tonight, that we'll see if we can get something that we can forward now to our solicitor, Marissa, for the review, that she can bring back to us that we can later have a public hearing for. But at least we'll have some collective ideas and thoughts that we've initially agreed upon.
No. I agree with that. I was just pointing out the fact that this is not a done deal tonight. And we've got to keep that in mind, that it is going to come back.
Right. It will. Vice President.
I know we talked about this, Bob. The more I think about that fine, I think we're going backwards with the fine. I think we should go to $1,000.
Okay.
Oh,
For both.
I don't think, I don't.
For the tenant and the landlord.
Well, you know, as I went through this again, I mean, a lot of it is $1,000 already. So.
Well, that's
you
the
know,
maximum in the municipal court.
Yeah, I think 500 is just a drop in the bucket. I think we need to make a statement, and I think we need to make a strong statement. And, you know, second time, maybe it's $2,000. And then third time, you lose your license for a year.
Council Von Villas.
I was just going to say, I think it makes a difference what the violation is. I mean, there are some violations that are worse than others, and I just think, I don't know, I just think you have to be reasonable.
But I think there should be a minimum. I should know, you know, we're gonna file this, pay court costs, bang, you're gonna get hit with a fine. And I believe the minimum fine should be $500.
I do too.
Council,
$1,000's too much.
Well, when you're living
Council
next to
Lund.
one.
I like Paul's idea because what it does is it takes the money from who's causing the problem. I don't like the idea of jacking up everybody to $500 because as the chief said, and the numbers that I looked at showed, most of the people are being good about it. We're targeting a small percentage. And when we get them, they should pay through the nose. I agree. So I would be in favor of, you know, if we're horse trading here, on number 3, bump it up, Paul, but on number 1, knock it down. So that would, I feel better about that. And what I would want to know too, and it was enlightening to me to listen to the chief because, like I said, I want a noise ordinance violation first and be $150, whatever it is. I don't care. Make it $500. But like the president said, I want to give him the ticket and like, listen, you can write me a check right now. I'll mail it in. or we can go to court, one or the other. But the fact that, you know, the chief can write out all the citations he wants, but then they have to go to court and they plea it down to some ridiculous, you know, percentage on the dollar. I want to find out, what can we actually recover? What is the number that comes into court and they have to pay?
We can set a minimum fine. We can say a violation of this, the minimum fine, the minimum would be $500.
Okay.
But we can set it at $1,000. We can set the minimum. They cannot, if they, upon a conviction, they cannot be fined anything less than what we set. Councilor Santos.
Just a clarification, please. $500 for the resident and $1,000 for the people who are renting the place, if I understand it correctly?
You didn't.
Is that what?
No, it'd be both.
It would be both.
Whatever the fine is, the tenant, the leaser, and the leasee get it.
Okay,
both-
so
they
whether it
both
be
get it.
$500 or $1,000, they both get it.
They both get it.
All right, thank you.
Which sends a message to the landlord, I better start paying attention to these people that I'm renting to.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Vice President.
I have a question for Marissa. Marissa, is there a maximum fine by state statute?
Your town code,
$1,000.
what's that?
$1,000, right, Melissa?
Yep.
Can't go over
That's $1
$1,000.
a day. That's in your town code currently.
And that's established by the General Assembly,
Yep.
the authority to charge the $1,000.
Enabling legislation.
That's where I think we go, in my opinion.
Up to 1,000? Not over 1,000.
No.
If we go over 1,000, we need
No,
to
no.
enable legislation.
Right by the code, right by the state code, right, by town code.
I have no problem with that at all. How do you feel about that, Mr. Welch?
Like I said, I'm more apt to go that way because it definitely targets the problem person. But I want the first one to be less.
Okay, so you're okay with 500 for the first one, but 1,000 for the second one?
Yes.
Okay,
No, I'm saying I'm all right with 1,000 for the third line, but not $500 as the minimum fee.
I'm confused.
Yeah,
The,
you
the
mean
very,
both.
the very first part, I know I'm mixing them up, but
Fee per room.
yes, the fee per room needs to come down because that's getting all the good people too. The fee for the person that's causing the problem, let them have $1,000. I don't care.
Come down to what?
It was 55, so I don't know. Let's see, do the math, Paul. I'm guessing he's off by half, so 250.
Okay. I believe the 500 is a good number myself personally, but I'm just one person. I believe it's a fair number and it's a number that supports hiring somebody. Council Santos, Council Von Villas, Vice President, we're back to number one again. So how do you feel about that?
I say 500 to
Council
the
Von Villas?
homeowner and $1,000 to the rentee.
No, we're not, we're talking about,
Kind of where second line
we're
was.
talking about the rental fee. We're talking about the fee to rent the room fees. The fees.
I don't think it's gonna be tough for them to come up with that $500. I really don't. They're gonna make a heck of a lot of money. I don't think it's tough for them to come up with that. And I don't see why $500 isn't correct.
Vice President?
Yeah.
I agree with Barbara, but I also agree with Tom a little bit, but if we're gonna fund a position, it has to be paid for. And based on the numbers we're running today, and I know that, and again, I know that, Tom, it's not by room, but you know, how many owner occupieds are there that are gonna pay that one fee versus the number of rooms they have? I know there's other variables built in as far as, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda if we get X amount of people more registered, and the fines built in, but we don't know what those numbers are. And to be able to fund this position today, I think from a budget standpoint, you know, we don't know what fines we're gonna collect. We don't know how many more people we're gonna be able to register on. So I think to fund that position today, I think that has to be the number. That's just my opinion.
And I don't,
Why don't we, I think we've discussed that enough. Why don't we just, you know, by a show of hands, anybody that's comfortable with the $500 fee, per room fee, understanding that if you reside there on the property, you might have 7 or 8 rooms in 2 or 3 different dwellings on your property, like some people do. And if you don't, you pay $500 per room. If you reside there and that's your dwelling, that's your residence, then you only pay $500. You may have 3 dwellings with several rooms, but you're only paying $500.
So $500 is regardless of how many rooms you have, if you live on the
Somebody that
premises.
lives on the premises, correct?
Okay.
Yes, yes. Council Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. I absolutely agree with that mindset of if you live there, you only pay $500. Well, not only pay, but you would pay $500.
That's what it is.
I will offer this rather than sit here and argue the numbers that we don't have the data for. I will take off the table the rumored 150 short-term rentals that are not registered, and we won't consider them because, Paul, I believe you, when it comes to budget time, we don't have factual evidence for. However, I don't think it would take too much to take the short-term rental list that already exists and determine the number of bedrooms, because we have to know in order to charge them $55, and do the math. If the guy lives there, and it would be a calculation, I will be willing to do it if you trust my math. And whatever it is, we make that aim at, and we can go to Sean and say, all right, I'm making this up. Believe me, $60,000. It's a weakly educated guess. So take 60 times Bob's 1.35, whatever it is, benefits. I agree with all those things happen over time, contingency, everything. Make those numbers match, and whatever that number comes out for the top, I'm in for. But not just a $500 thing. I'm not. And I know I'll lose because obviously everybody is against. I'm the only one abstaining here, but I'm just asking for a little more math.
One other question.
Let me throw some more math at you. Tom, realistically, how many illegal ones do we have out, you think we have out there? We don't know that, do we?
Nope.
Would you bet there are a few?
Yes, oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And we still have to police those as well. Believe it or not. We still have to police those. The ones who are not even getting. Now, let me throw one more. Calculation in for you to think about. How many people do you think have submitted permit requests for 2 and 3 bedrooms when they really had 4 or 5? Is any of those around?
I'm sure there are, but I'm trying to go with Paul here, and I'm taking off the table the people that we don't have registered, even though that's kind of the point of the enforcement is to get at those, but you can't be guaranteed. Same as the people that said they have 2 bedrooms and they have 3. I'm sure there are, but again, we're never going to know that. We can only deal with the data we have, which is in the registered people's thing. You know, what they've already given to us. That's how we charge them $55 a bedroom. So the numbers are there. Just do the math.
okay.
Councilor Von Villas?
Yeah, I'm thinking as he's talking that we're starting with the number of like, what is it, 184, 186 or whatever, blah, 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 and work with the math with those numbers, but at the same time, and then determine what it is that you have to make up the salary for this person. But then whatever that number turns out to be. But then what we're still going to do is we're still going to pursue those people that are not registered. So in fact, if we have enough money to cover the salary with the amount that comes out, as Tom says, with the math, we're going to end up making more money anyway, because you're going to find those extra, I think, 100 people. So he's not saying just cut it to a certain amount. He's saying find out how much you need and then divide it up on the basis of the number of people that you know that you have right now. So if it comes out to $350 or $400 or something like that, that covers what you need, but you're still going to do better because you're going to pick up another 100 people.
Okay. I'll just tell you this from my own perspective on this. I think $500 is nothing per room. Nothing.
Oh, I agree with that in principle. I agree with that in
Nothing. And I, we can spend all night talking about this. Councilor Santos.
One quick question. Will this position be a full-time position, 12 months of the year?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
because there's a lot of ordinances to be covered in this town that haven't been covered. Okay. We're not going to get 100% agreement. Is anybody, let me just ask this, with the exception of Tom. I know Tom, and I can appreciate your logic and where you're going with this, but you know something, in the scope of things, $500 to rent a room, I don't see the argument. I really don't. But that's me. I'm inclined to stay with the 500. Vice President, how are you at that?
To me, it's not just about, it's about paying for the position, but it's about, initially when this came out, I don't believe I was clear enough on it, as far as, it's not just about, well, if you raise the rate, that doesn't mean things are going to be enforced. And so I know that, but what I wasn't clear about was really, it's two separate issues. So one is enforcement and one is fairness. You're running a business. It's not just about paying for that position. It's about fairness of inequity. And that's the way I'm looking at it. So I have no issue with the $500. I don't. I think it's, and I had several, probably two handfuls of people in that range. I spoke to them since we talked about this last, and most of them Middletown residents that were owner occupied. They were the ones concerned the most. You don't hear from the ones that aren't here because it's an investment for them. They're buying up properties to invest and run businesses in Middletown, driving up housing rates and driving up all kinds of other costs that maybe we can or can't quantify, Tom. And you brought up a good point. But to me, it's not just about funding that position. It's about equity. It's about these people coming in and buying up properties, driving up the property values, driving up the assessments, driving up taxes for people that can't afford to live here. So to me, it's two issues. It's fairness of taxation based upon running a business in a residential area, and a lot of them do a great job. There's no doubt about it. But a lot of them are are investors, and that's what they're doing. Even young kids, they are investing, and good for them. That's fantastic. But pay a fair share.
Councilor Von Billis.
No, I hear what Paul is saying, and I think what he says is valid. I am sympathetic with the issues that Tom has, but I think Paul's right.
So you're good with the 500?
Yeah.
Tom, I'm not even going to ask you. You're not good with the 500, right? Go ahead.
Can I just ask a question of Paul? So you mentioned two handfuls of Middletown resident owner occupied short-term rental owners that you.
Yes.
What'd they say about you $500?
It wasn't about the 500, it was about the commercial tax rate. when that initial one was on the table. So I haven't heard from anybody about this one.
Well,
I
nobody knew
think-
until just now.
I think it's, exactly. I think it's, and again, this is just, there'll be, if the council decides to move forward with it, there'll be a first and second reading crack at it, Tom.
Okay.
So the commercial tax rate they felt was unreasonable, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing here tonight.
Yeah, it's a good point, Paul. You're a good debater.
Did he sway
Just
you
want-
over?
Hey, Tom, at the end
Did
of
he
the
sway
day,
you over?
No, he didn't sway me over because
He's not a good debater.
no, he's good because he's tying in the tax rate that you wanted before, but kind of making a point. It's good.
no, it's what's fair, I think.
No,
in
I know, I get
my
it.
opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for equity and fairness. That's it.
Okay.
All right, so we got Teresa, Council Santos, how do you feel about the $500 fee?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on to the second one. Research and draft an amendment to the town code, chapter 98, that allows the town to hold both the property owner and tenant responsible where permissible for violations related to overcrowding, noise, parking, etc. Are we in agreement that we hold them both, the tenant and the landlord, accountable?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes.
Hey, that's good. All right. Now, draft an amendment to the town code. No, this is good. It's healthy. It's good to get it out. It's good to debate it back and forth. And there's different perspectives to look at on things, you know? Draft an amendment to the town code, section 98.99, that sets a $500 per day minimum fine that may be assessed. Vice President.
$1,000.
Okay, Council Von Villas,
500.
Council Welch,
I don't have a problem with 1,000 if it's enforceable, but I hate throwing out these big, I mean, the $1,000 been in the ordinance for how long? How much do we actually get back? We still can't find that answer. I'll go as high as we can possibly get them for. And I know at a
It's
minimum,
1,000.
so let's do it.
It's
All right.
1,000. In this part of this, what we're doing right now, Council Welch, is that we're making it mandatory that you're found guilty, you have to be. There can be nothing changed. You have to be fined then.
Okay.
Okay, Council Santos,
Who's the $500 going to be charged to? Doesn't say.
that may be assessed to either one of them. The violator,
say?
the tenant, well, we can put that in there, the tenant or the landlord.
And or,
Vice-
and
the vice-
slash
and or.
or.
No oars, no oars, no oars.
Well, you need them for a boat.
From-
Wow.
Yeah, but what about a landlord who is doing his very best to get these jerky people that he rented the place to behave, and then the cops come and they're both whatever, but the landlord has really done his best to try, and you're going to assess him $500 because he failed?
Why would he fail if he did the best? He wouldn't be found guilty of it then. If he called the police and had them come there, they wouldn't find him guilty of that. He did his best to squell it, to quiet it down. Vice President.
He would have to, Mrs. Vaughn, he'd have to be found guilty. There's a process.
He'd have to be found guilty.
Okay, so
This
he
isn't,
so
this
he
isn't just,
he could say that I tried,
he could say, hey, I called the police, they
Okay.
came. I tried to get these tenants out of here.
all right.
Innocent.
But you were talking about mandatory, and that was making me nervous.
Once you're convicted,
Convicted.
once you're found guilty, it's a
Okay.
mandatory minimum fine.
All right, all right.
Council Welch.
I just want to say that I feel, the same applies if the person can easily come up with $500 to pay the registration fee, and now they're found guilty of something, it's 1,000, I don't care at all.
Okay. So we're in agreement now. Council Santos, you in agreement with the $1,000 per day minimum fine?
Yes,
Okay. So that's landlord and tenant. If found guilty. Now, the landlord may call and say, hey, police, get over here. We have an issue at my place over here. They're not going to find that guy guilty. They might find the tenant's guilty, but not going to find him guilty.
why not she?
Or she. I'm looking at my watch because I'm saying I got about another 35 minutes left of this.
That's right.
I'm going to try to get through this. All right, so and/or, right? So we're saying $1,000, right? Okay. All right, the next one. Direct the solicitor to draft an amendment to the town code, chapter 98.99, to provide for notices of violations if their property has 2 or more violations related to overcrowding, noise, or parking within a 12-month period. Okay, does everybody understand that?
No, what's the result?
The result is if you have 2 or more violations in a 12-month period,
Yeah.
you're all done.
No, it doesn't say.
You're all done at least
For a year.
for at least a year from the date of the last offense.
Okay, you better not rent your property or we'll lock you up.
Yeah, or you'll be in violation of the ordinance.
Right, okay.
Is that good with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Draft an amendment to the town code, chapter 98.09, that removes the 12 years of age exemption.
What does that mean?
That before, children, and the vice president, we had this conversation before the hearing, we had a long time ago, that anybody 12 years or younger wasn't counted in the head count.
Okay.
So if a premise can only have 10 people, you could have 10 children under 12, and then you could have 10 adults.
Okay.
So that, take that out, they're counted in.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
understood.
Council Welch?
Down to what age?
No age, counted in.
So an
How about a
infant
baby?
counts.
Huh?
About
You're counted
2.
in the head count.
How about under 2 doesn't count? I mean, come on, an infant, they're not gonna, I mean, they're gonna.
That's right.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, I don't care. I have no, but the problem is, and the vice president brought this up one time, you know, I can remember taking my children away and letting them all invite friends. It was like
Bedlam.
bedlam.
Not 2-year-olds.
Not to you.
Not 2-year-olds.
Okay, so
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's say you want to leave it in there. We'll just change the 12 to 2.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, 12 to 2.
yes, okay.
Vice President, you good with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with that. I'm not sure 2's the right number, though.
Okay.
Well,
Well, we
what's the
could,
right number?
we
What's the
could
difference
talk- we
between
could
2 and
talk-
3?
we could discuss that at a hearing.
5,
maybe.
you know, what's,
at what
So-
age would you let your son, how old did he have to be before he could bring a friend on a family vacation?
5.
he's
Yeah,
still,
5,
he's,
6 years old.
he's gonna be 14. It's still not allowed, Tom.
Well, yeah,
I'm just kidding.
I know.
Probably 5.
I
Yeah,
would probably say 5.
Okay,
so you want to make it 5?
Yes,
Let's
I
make it
guess,
5.
whatever the pleasure of the council is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to. All right, so amend it to 5. Draft an amendment to the town code, chapter 98.12, to require the record owner's local representative to be located within Newport County and require the record owner or local representative to respond within 60 minutes. Council Welch.
you realize I said this before, what Newport County entails, so it's either, to me, the geographic location isn't as important as their ability to respond. So what I want to know is if you're going to make, I think 60 minutes is way too long.
Okay.
And I think that should be like Chief Cure should weigh in, because how long is he gonna leave a car at an address, tying him up on a Saturday night, waiting for the landlord to show up? There's no way he's gonna wait an hour.
Yeah, but I don't think they're necessarily saying somebody has to sit there.
So what's the point of the owner representative coming down?
The problem is if there was, let's say there was a complaint made that was unfounded. At least somebody should be contacted, made aware of it, and come down there and address the issue. Meaning that it may be one of those borderline, or just quieted down when they saw us coming, there's obvious signs that there was a party here, but there was some, potential for a party here, notification to the landlord or to the representative of the landlord that you could have somebody there on site to maybe further discuss it with them. Yes.
Who are they discussing it with if the cruiser doesn't stay?
They'd be discussing it with probably the person that made a complaint, which could be a neighbor.
Or, Mr. President, they would report to the police department itself.
Okay.
You think 60 minutes is too long?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what do you want to make it? 30?
Yep.
How's it?
Yes.
Vice President, you feel good about 30?
I'm good with that.
Councilor Santos, 30?
I'm good.
Yeah,
Councilor Villas, 30. Okay, fine. Okay. Draft an amendment to the Town Code Charter, Chapter 98.09, that prohibits tenant and guest parking on the lawn at all times. Anybody have any issue with that?
no,
Councilor-
no, but, should it say, how does this affect parking on the street?
There's no off-street parking,
Okay,
short-term rentals.
okay. Oh, does it say that anywhere?
It sure does.
In the ordinance, it does.
Okay, okay.
Councilor Welch, you want to ask something? Go ahead.
I'm trying to read it right now, but isn't that against the ordinance anyway? No parking on the street, no parking on the lawn? I'm trying to find it. I thought that was in there.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's under 9809.
98.09, yep.
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't say it, I'm for it.
Okay,
It does not say it currently.
all right. All right, the last one no, it's not the last one, it's second to last one. To direct the town administrator to prepare a user-friendly short-term rental handbook and a protocol for its distribution to landlords, tenants, and abutting property owners, which outlines short-term rental rules and regulations, summary of the ordinances most likely to affect short-term renters, phone numbers, etc.
Yep.
Vice President?
Who's going to distribute that? Is that an online?
That'll
thing they
be
can-
up, that's gonna be up, that'll be online. It'll be up to I think maybe it'll be part of the protocol in picking up their permits. that they-
Right,
that-
registration.
Yeah,
Okay,
Council Welch.
I'm all for that, as long as the town administrator can get me a new counselor's handbook while he's doing it.
All right. I think we can take care of that. Okay, and the last thing
I don't
would
get
be to
judged.
authorize the town administrator to hire an additional zoning officer with job responsibilities specific to enforcing the ordinance, rules, and regulations related to short-term rental activity.
Here, here.
Council Welch.
Thank you. I don't like the word additional zoning enforcement officer, because what I fear is that I know that office for building inspecting and zoning is understaffed as it is. They don't have enough people. And I realize that this position is going to be a guesstimate as far as, the day-to-day activities go, at least for the first year. And I would completely understand the, Bill or Mary doesn't have anything to do right at the moment. Hey, could you do this? Next thing you know, they're doing zoning or building inspection stuff. I want them to be their own entity.
Okay, how does anybody else feel about that?
So change additional to specific.
Okay, well, we weighed in with the town administrator on this. This is what he kind of recommended. You know, and realistically, there are going to be slow periods in the year for this position,
Yeah,
and they could get utilized for something else too,
right.
in regards to ordinances. Go ahead.
I agree, but I would at least like to give it a calendar year before you decide to do that, because the whole thing about collecting data so we can do, you know, continually do a better job at this is going to take some time, and it's going to take some time to figure out the best way around it.
Okay.
And if you know, again, if there's 200 registered people now, we're hoping to make it 300. You know, that's one a day on an inspection. So I think there's enough to do. Maybe, and if I'm wrong, great. Next year we change it up and.
Okay, that's fair enough. A town administrator, you want to weigh in on that? I think you could take the chart down now if you want
I have a question on it.
to. Go right ahead, Council Santos.
This is strictly for short-term rentals. That's number one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, number two, a handbook's going to be handed out to the neighbors who live next to these short-term rentals.
That would be
So
the
that
goal.
they will be made aware of what will be happening.
Yes, it says distributed to landlords, tenants, and abutting property owners.
I couldn't see it on my screen. Sorry.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you.
Mr. Braun, you want to weigh in briefly on that, the short-term, the ordinance, the zoning officer?
I think it's abundantly clear from the time that we spent on this is that the person who's hired is going to focus on short-term rentals. There does need to be some latitude if there's no work that they can work on some other items if they come up. I don't recommend writing a job description that solely says that this is the only item that they are responsible for. But to the discussion tonight, the goal is to be successful in setting up a short-term rental program that has a strong enforcement component, and having an employee come in and go in another direction clearly is not the direction the council would be assigning to me in passing this motion this evening, or the ordinances you're going to pass in the upcoming meetings.
Great. And I want to thank everybody because I think it gave us a good framework for something that we can adjust later on as we move forward, whether it be next year or years after, or even in midstream if we have to adjust. So we'll get this all drafted up. Marissa, we're going to get this to you, okay? You take a look at it, get it back to us as soon as we can. And I'd like to, I want to schedule the first public hearing as soon as we can on this. I'd like to get this done in a timely fashion so we have it by the end of March. We have this thing pretty well buttoned up.
Are you making this a motion?
And that's going to be a motion. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, you have that, Madam Clerk, I hope you have that motion. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, next item of business is the item number 14, the memorandum from myself and the Vice President in regards to property tax discussions.
Motion to receive said memorandum.
Second.
There a motion second to receive, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we put this on, Paul and I.
Mr. President,
Mr. Toronto?
I'd just like to make a request. We just had to recuse ourselves from conversations with short-term rentals.
Yes.
Because if it has anything to do with fees.
None.
fines, we
None.
cannot Talk about it.
None. You'll be able to discuss this.
If someone brings up the short-term mill rates, commercial, things along those lines, I would ask that you would not discuss it at this time. They can propose it. We cannot discuss it. And if they bring it up, I propose we move it to a different docket item at a different time.
That was our intention. Counselor Toronto. I think I had that conversation with you.
No, I called you today.
We're not gonna get into detail on this tonight. We're just gonna, this is just tonight is, let's see what the feeling for people are for potential property tax discussions going forward. Okay? So, I mean, it's nothing that you should have to recuse yourself from. And if it goes that way, we'll stop it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we won't listen to it. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Did you want to say something?
No, I'm
Oh, I saw your hand.
resting on my, I'm
I saw
sorry,
your
I'll
hand.
keep my hands out of the picture. Thank you.
It might be my eye, okay?
It's getting close
Okay.
to that time.
It is very close to that time, especially for those of us that have been here since 5. Now, we have a motion and a second to receive. The purpose, and I think I'm gonna let the Vice President speak for himself. My purpose to put this on was to, we all know that we need to address our tax methodology somehow. Our current way of taxing maybe is right, maybe it's wrong, but I think it's something that we need to address, look into, and decide what direction we want to go down the street. We've had a number of subcommittees that looked into this. Oh, I like I say number. We had one subcommittee that looked into this, but there's been a lot of conversation about this over the years. So I think this is good, healthy conversation to have now, coming up, so we can better plan for the future and how we're going to generate the revenue that we need to support our town. We have one gentleman that called in, and I'm going to the requested to speak on this, John Bagwell. John, are you with us still?
Actually, I was going to speak on something I can't speak about. That's the commercial tax. So we'll first take that off of my comments. I'll say that till later. But I think this is a good time to reintroduce and get serious about the homestead exemption. And a lot of work has been done. We never brought it to a conclusion, but that basically would be a way to give a tax break to those homeowners who claim their home as their principal residence. And I would suggest that we proceed with that, have George Durgan complete the calculations and present a plan to the council, so you can either take an up or down vote, much as you did on the various elements today.
Okay.
And I think, well, I want to say one thing. I think the first question is, how many properties are actually owned by somebody who claims it as their principal residence? And I think that with the next tax bills that go out, you need to know that. Otherwise, it's just, quote, an estimate, 60% of this, 40% of that. But I think this is the time to start the process. You may not finish it this year, but I think you need to get the facts as to how many properties here are actually owned by somebody who claims it as a principal residence. Otherwise, you're just speculating. So there we are.
Okay, thank you, John. All right, any councilors have any ideas what they're looking forward to do with the tax discussions? I know most of us talked about that when we prioritized what we wanted to accomplish this year. I'm going to just open it to nothing that we're going to zero down tonight. I got you, Councilor Flynn. Nothing that we're going to zero down tonight, but something that we can just throw out there for thought and discussion, maybe at a later time. Then we'll bring it back and more specific at a later time. Councilor Flynn.
Yes, so I submitted some supplemental information to the council. And if the clerk could get it up on the screen, then we can all kind of look at it.
Okay.
So it's a document of tax suggestions that was presented back in April of 2019. And while she's getting that up, it's just two sheets of paper. One is the document request from April 2019, and it's essentially explains the concept of neighborhood stability, which is essentially neighborhoods with year-round residents, which is another goal for Middletown, and finding tax relief for the year-round residents by increasing revenue instead of cutting expenses, although both are good ideas and strategies. The document suggests a tiered tax or a flat rate tax as simple ways to do just that. And the best way for the increased revenue, for use of the increased revenue, would be to expand the current town exemptions, because that would target tax relief to the populations that really need tax relief. So that's the docket request. And if you flip to the next page, there's the details about neighborhood stability. And, we need year-round homeowners to keep the local economy going. Second homeowners have multiple resources, and they're not here to support our local economy year-round. And the tiered tax could be based on residency. There's many variables that you could base it on. These are just conceptual ideas. If they live on the property or in town or in the state of Rhode Island or out of state. And the further away you get from Middletown, the higher the tax rate is. Additionally, another idea is a flat fee. You have for homeowners who have their primary residence somewhere other than Middletown. Now, Middletown residents who have multiple properties and who do support the local economy, they maybe wouldn't pay that fee. And it's pretty simple. Flat fees are a very easy way to simply increase the coffers. There's really no calculation of tax rate. They're very easy to understand. So, residents know exactly how to budget for their finances. Simple to execute. It's just, again, it's a revenue. It's a revenue stream, no risk, and no extraordinary resources to execute, and set them reasonably. I'm not saying to raise something 89%, but to maybe it's a quarter or maybe it's $1, and just to start small and start the income stream and then see what the impact is, because you don't want to have any unintended consequences that maybe you didn't plan for. You don't want to impact your housing market. You want to make sure that you support your local economy. And again, the important thing is to have the revenues. The exemptions are very well defined. They're for our seniors, they're for our handicapped, they're for our veterans. And that way, unlike other potential methodologies, it doesn't spill over into populations that really don't need it. So I did want to, and I know that, I did the quick overview because I know that Councilor Von Villis does not want to keep talking about the same things over and over again. And so I have to say that this information was presented at a May 20th, 2019 meeting, at a December 2nd, 2019 meeting, and by email to all the councilors on January 31st, 2020, because I couldn't be at a February 1st, 2020 meeting on this exact same subject, taxes. So, and Madam Clerk, please make this supplemental information part of the permanent record so that we know where to find it as this subject comes up again. I have to say on December 16th, agenda item number 18, it was taxes again. And it was a docket item from President Sylvia. And it read, quote, "The purpose of this communication is for the council to formally schedule a special meeting to solicit information and suggestions from the public in regards to any possible adjustments to our current taxing methods." Now, that was December, a year ago. And I asked then, what is the end game of this meeting? Where, will the council have a workshop for tax proposal ideas? And then what? Where will the ideas go? To whom? And I stated that the council had already had many tax idea suggestions. We got tax ideas at the October 17th, 2019 RIPEC forum, at the October 28th, 2019 long-term tax revenue workshop, and again at the December 2nd council meeting to, quote, "discuss possible changes to the current tax system." So the council has a lot of data on the topic of taxes from these meetings and citizen emails that came in around those dates. I just want to know, where's this data Counselor Sylvia and Rodriguez, you know, I don't even honestly know what you mean in your cover letter when you say, we would like to start a conversation regarding potential changes to the current property taxing methodology. Start a conversation? What are you talking about? This has been going
Okay,
on.
let me.
No, wait, let me just finish. The
Okay.
citizens have come out, they've come out again and again and again. You know, you got to give people a break. If they're, make a list of what's come out already. If their ideas on the list, they don't need to come out again. It's unfair to ask them to. I just want to make a motion that we table the docket item so Counselor Sylvia and Counselor Rogers can present the data that's been collected to date already. That's my motion. Really, I was having a deja vu.
Okay, I've had a lot of deja vus with taxes myself. I've had a lot of deja vus with subcommittees, with other tax methodologies that have been brought in. And you know something? This is something serious. This is something that needs to be vetted, and it needs to be vetted very, very accurately. Because you know something? Just because you don't agree with something doesn't mean that it's wrong.
I'm just looking for the data.
No, let
from
me
all the
talk,
meetings.
Council Flynn. You let me talk now.
This isn't an agree or disagree situation.
No, Council Flynn, I have the floor now. I gave you the floor, now I have the floor, okay? You want to put your docket item into a docket item, then we'll address that docket item. If Councilor, I'm going to throw Councilor Toronto out there, if he wants to put a docket item, because he's been champion tax methodology changes for a while now. If he wants to put something down to address, let's put it in as a docket item. Let's address them one at a time. Separate docket items, let's put them in and let's address them. Every time we start talking about taxes, and Councilor Toronto, I'll get to you. I got you. We start talking, we go off on tangents. And we talk about, you go back, Councilor Flynn, and you want to say, oh, it took this long and we got delayed. It got delayed for a lot of reasons. The whole tax proposal by the Tax Exploratory Committee got delayed, okay? It didn't get delayed because I delayed it on the docket, Councilor Flynn. It got delayed because of the process that it went through. Okay, so I kind of take offense to you always trying to take a cheap shot. It has to come to an end, okay? It got delayed for a long time.
I don't know what you're talking about delayed.
Let me just, I'm talking about the RIPEC study.
I'm not. I am not talking about the RIPEC study.
I'm talking about Councilor Toronto spent a lot of time. He had a committee.
You're off base.
Okay, I'm on my base.
You did not, you heard RIPEC and you instantly thought we were talking about that particular tax model. I am not talking about that. I'm talking about the people that were at that meeting who had all kinds of ideas on different ways to tax.
Why don't you, Councilor Flynn, put a docket item on there for a proposed model, and let's consider it. Okay, because
I'm proposing ideas. I just presented on the screen my ideas for tax methodology.
Now I'm going to say,
I want to know where all the input is from all of the citizens of this town who have come out 4 times and talked tax ideas or sent emails in. Where are all those ideas from those meetings? There were tons of them.
Councilor Flynn, okay, I'm not going to go back and forth with you tonight. Okay, it's been a long night. All right. You had a break. We haven't. Okay, so you want to put this as a docket item, send it in to me and I'll put it on the docket for March. Councilor Toronto wants to put something on the docket, send it in to me. I'm wide open. I'll take a look at anything.
You're not listening. That's fine.
Yeah, I am. Okay. Councilor Toronto.
First of all, I didn't have a break. I sat and listened to the whole short-term rental discussion, so it was far from a break.
Okay. Well, I meant that in a nice way.
I wasn't breaking. Okay? It's been a long night for me too. So the other piece is I would have to agree because we're going to try to table a conversation until we all could get back together again and talk through Homestead and some of the ideas that were brought up. But instead, this has come onto the docket for us to now explore ideas again. And I have to agree with Terry. This thing's been dragging on for a long time. And yes, we formed the committee 5 years ago.
Oh, I know.
And it took over a year and a half, it took over 15 months to get a $30,000 project from RIPAC, which I kind of feel like it was slow boated because no one was really interested in it, to be honest with you. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
Asked for it 100 times. But with that being said, I don't even think it was really considered by the council in full detail. I've seen people quote it and didn't even quote it right. So, I think we're at the point that we need to pick. We've heard a lot of them. We need to pick the top 2 or 3 that we want to explore, because we need to look at the current tax methodology as number one, because you got to admit you have a problem before you can come up with a resolution. And I don't think too many people have realized we have a problem with the current tax methodology, the current tax system. And who doesn't believe that this isn't pushing people out of their homes or having the negative impact on our communities that it's had? This is really, we need to come up with a good solution, because everyone's talking about affordable housing, predictable taxes. Your taxes should not be unpredictable on your home. The current system gives you no way to predict what your taxes are going to be on your house. Okay? And we keep talking about taxing.
We're talking about, we're not going to settle this tonight because at 10:30,
I'm a little frustrated with this because it's back out here. Let's throw the ideas out there again. And no one's taking any action on the previous meetings we've had. And
okay, we're going to come right back to this again on Thursday night at the special meeting, because as I predicted, we're nowhere near through this docket. So we're going to come right back to this item again. Mr. Vice President, you wanted to say something?
I mean, maybe I'm missing something. We talked about that. It was voted upon. No matter what course it took, it was voted upon, and it didn't pass. So this is, to me, whether there's information there, Terry, or I'm not quite sure what you're looking for. This is putting out there again, hey, let's talk about something. We got to do something, so let's talk about it. So it's not coming at you with all these facts, because it's open discussion. What's the pleasure of the council? One of the, we're trying to address, I think, and I think we made pretty good movement in a meeting or two, of our priorities. So now we're back at this tax priority. So
the homestead was voted down.
So whatever it is, I know that's the start of the gist of it, but whatever it is, it's one of the priorities was tax methodology, right? Or taxes. So let's talk about that. So let's start the conversation. There was a lot of people that probably weren't involved at the time. And we throw all these figures out there, or I'm sure those figures are at Sean's fingertips, I would imagine. Or the previous, or your fingertips, or my fingertips. I don't think that was the intention. If that's what you wanted, then this is the second time around on it. Well, really the first time, because the wording got changed because of the way it was worded the first time. So, I mean, I don't want us to argue. I want us to move forward, no matter how we got there. And let's talk about it. Either we do something or we don't.
And the Homestead Act.
We have to do it. We have to do it healthy, and we have to do it civilly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the Homestead Act was voted upon, wasn't it, and voted down?
Yeah, that was also voted down 3 times.
It was voted down. We brought that up, and that got voted down. So let's go through the cycle again. Maybe there's some tweaking, maybe there's some changing, maybe with any tax methodology, but we have to revisit them. It's not like nothing has been done. The Homestead Act, I remember that getting voted down. Councilor Toronto, please make it fast, because we're going to adjourn tonight, okay?
So you just brought up Homestead again, and he's voted down 3 times. It's going to come up again. And what additional information have we gotten on it since we voted it down? What work's been done on it to change why we voted it down?
I didn't bring, was that in your docket item request? You mentioned Homestead, Councilor Flynn?
What do you mean?
Was Homestead mentioned in your docket item?
No,
Okay.
for the taxes?
Yes.
No. That
Okay.
was an example for one of
Okay.
the rules of the council as a procedural issue that it came up earlier tonight.
Okay. All right. Okay, Counselor, Vice President? Go ahead.
So,
Counselor Trump.
Dennis, I don't know if this answers your question or not, but for me, I voted against it 3 times. And I voted against it because, again, to me, it's more of a pay-as-you-go where no exemptions are free. So if basically you'd be shifting money around to be able to provide that relief. And I think we all want to provide some type of relief, but we need to figure out a way how to pay for it. And that's the reason I didn't vote for it, because at the time, those first 3 proposals, there was, raising the residential rate and raising the commercial rate. And certainly the last time, I didn't think that was in the COVID time. I didn't think that was the right thing to do, the timing of it. But, let's put something on sale. But before we do that, let's raise the rate on it. So it's really not on sale because it has to be paid for. So if that's a good analogy, I don't know. I've said that to you before, I think, but that, for me, that's what it's about. It's about the pay as you go. I'm interested in an exemption or some type of break for the residents. But it has to be paid for. It's not free. And we can't just shift money around and raise rates and then give a deduction. That's not fair. I don't think that's right.
Okay,
So
we're not gonna,
that's kind of where I'm at with it.
we're not gonna settle this tonight.
Just
I'm gonna
one,
make
just real quick with Paul.
We're gonna come right back to this, the next meeting on February 25th, a special meeting. We're gonna come right back to the same docket item, number 14, okay?
Well, just
Vice President.
it
Go ahead.
might help in the next meeting, just a thought. Is talk about, let's figure out what the problem is we're trying to resolve.
Okay,
And then make sure that whatever we recommend has been researched and really thought through.
okay,
to determine whether it'll fix those issues.
okay. Fair enough. Vice President,
Oh, excuse me for a second.
a second. We've already gone past 10:30.
Well, I did make a motion asking for the data of the previous public forums
The
on,
docket item that myself and the Vice President put on there, right?
well, it should be part of this docket item. All of those ideas from all of those previous tax forums
Okay.
should be part of this, so we
And who
can
did you make the
already,
request to?
that would be to you and Councilor Rodrick
Okay, you make a motion, right? Is there a second for that motion?
to get the data of all the
Okay.
other ideas that have come in.
Council Welch seconded. Any
Oh,
further
thank you.
conversation? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Vice President, 4-3.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Again,
You have a motion second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Okay, thank
Aye. Good night.
Good night,
Aye.
everybody.